Oh, they have a thing there too. Leave now, girl. Amen. You're calling it extension.
Morning, morning, morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, morning. 1-1. You good? So we good? All right.
All right, testing 1, 2, 3. Testing for sound. Testing. All right.
A buffa do that. That's too small. Buffa do that. Sorry. Buffa.
Oh, security.
How much you want to security?
Carry Sunday.
How much you want to take?
18, please. We have 18 first.
18.
We have 18 on the return.
Carry 18 you want to be. The man say them, but the man can't come to a quarantine.
Well, now you. Are you here?
If they don't come, they can't reach out no matter how they come. You want to get on the cooking?
They want 18 up there. Semua orang ni. Eh? Mari. Vicky, semua dah deh. Ada.
Well, you want much? How much? More than this. When you have them to cheer on, they are more than that. Well, you not telling me that I'm Our security. Where am I?
Hello.
Where are you? So. Upstairs. Drop upstairs. Right, you go for watch. Officials and all that stuff. When you got the instruction.
Give us a second, eh?
So you can ask me what Ricky, yeah, I got it back. No garbage, no garbage, no garbage.
The only time I'm going there when Shines when we wipe off the spit. In this hole because one round or so. Look, sir. Close.
Yo, but you get a phone call.
We get 8 so far.
8 months.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the United Super50.
Who open? Where you going from? Open?
And that then I self a smell. You want go for one.
Yes, good morning and welcome to the Park Hill playing field. It's the CG United CWI 50 over competition here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We are at Park Hill on the eastern side of the mainland of St. Vincent. And it's a good morning to you here in this countryside valley. You know, it's very green, very verdant. And here with me in the commentary box is Osnet Cato. Good morning to you, Osnet.
Good morning to you, Alanson. Good morning to all our viewers, wherever you are in the Caribbean, worldwide, tuning into this wonderful broadcast. It's a different format, but we're expecting good competitive cricket between these two. A replay of the 2020 final, which took place last week. Leeward Islands coming out trumps. I'm sure Barbados, they would have intentions to just create a different result here in a different format.
Absolutely. And we have the two teams for you today. Barbados, they're playing 11. Captain Ali Aline, Trishan Holder, Asabi Calendar, Alison Gordon, Ebony Brathwaite, Thiani Herbert Mayers, Shamilia Connell, Nijani Kumabash, Keela Elliott, Alisa Scanterbury, and Shakira Selman. And Barbados, they won the toss and decided to bat. What about the Leeward's team, was that?
Pretty much a consistent team throughout the T20 format. We are seeing Amanda Edwards, the captain, Jazara Claxton, Renice Boyce, Chian Moses, Kimberly Anthony, Tonya Martin, Kiana Joseph, Shawnisha Hector, Alia Weeks, Roselle Leeward, and the off-spinner, Davronique Maynard. So a mixture of good seam bowling options along with the spinner, something that we have seen typical of the Leeward Islands outfit so far.
Absolutely. So we're about to get started. We're going to have the pace of Jazaria Claxton. She's bowling from an end that will aid the outswing that we saw from her in the previous tournament. Gets the ball to leave the right-hander. Just some adjustments being made to the field. She'll be bowling to the new inclusion for Barbados in this game. Looks like the batter there is Canterbury. And she's opening with Ebony Brathwaite, who impressed us all in the 2020.
Very impressive throughout the T20 format, Alance, in terms of her power, or striking of the ball for such a young age. I just thought that she was quite impressive throughout the tournament, led the batting for the Barbados team. She'll be looking to do the same in this 50-over tournament.
So just waiting until the watch ticks over to 9:30. Some overcast conditions for the time being. No immediate threat of rain here at Park Hill. But the bowlers will love these conditions.
You got to be here, right? Yeah.
And so Claxton about to get going. She'll be bowling to Scanterbury. Standing umpire is umpire Carolyn Brown. Square leg Patrick Gustad. First delivery from Claxton, just outside the off stump. Reasonable pace as well. It's a good start from Osnan.
So quite a bit of forward during that T20 leg of this series. Very strong in terms of her arms, good run up, good athlete. Claxton, good all around cricketer. Didn't really produce with the bat as much as she would have liked. But I'm sure in terms of her bowling exploit at times, she was quite unplayable. But if she gets it right, it's going to be difficult here for the Barbados openers.
That away movement again. Just pitching. Carrying through nicely to wicket-keeper Boyce. There's a slip in place. Kiana Joseph, there's a fielder on the third man boundary. There's a backward point, cover point, extra cover. Mid-off, mid-on. Fielder back on the square leg boundary and a short fine leg. Maybe she will test the pitch at some point. The square leg back. So good line and length so far from Claxton to open things up. She's of course in the West Indies squad as well as a bowler. So at this level she should really be showcasing that she has played at the higher level.
Indeed so. Times can be quite erratic. I just think that's the type of personality she has in terms of an all-action type of cricketer. Sprays it wrong a bit at times, but she's still young, still in that learning process. Hopefully she's able to mature quickly.
Yes, so she has maintained a good line so far in this first over. Of course, for those who are looking at the 2020 competition, we do have all of 300 deliveries to bat for each team. So there's time to have a look for the batters to see what's going on, to acclimatize to the conditions, so to speak.
Interesting to see the tactics of the teams in this tournament. We spoke at length about the inability of team to bat force and put a challenging total on the board.
Looking to drive on the up. Has to be mindful of that away movement. Was beaten on that occasion, Scanterbury.
A bit loose on that occasion. Outside the off stump again, going further away. I think she's bowling from the right end. The wind direction will also aid those deliveries going away from the right hander. There's a slip in place. So certainly enough fielders within that danger zone in terms of a catching position for the Leeward Islands quite early here in this piece.
Looking to drive again, beaten outside the off stump. And it's a wonderful first over here from Claxton. It's a maiden. The Leeward Islands, they are none for none. The Barbados team, sorry, they are none for none.
Brilliant start there from Claxton. Just finding her line, which is so important as an opening bowler. Wasn't striving for too much pace. I think that's something she gets herself caught up in at times, trying to bowl a bit too quickly, as we saw in the T20 competition. But so far, just bowling within herself and was able to get those deliveries going away from the right hander. Scanterbury on a couple of occasions there, driving on the up, but thankfully for her and the Barbados team, missing those deliveries quite comfortably in the end.
And of course, we have been accustomed to Shawnisha Hector opening the bowling with Claxton. So she will be bowling the second over. She'll be bowling to Ebony Bradway too. Impressed with her approach during the T20 competition. Has more time now in the 50 over format. So it'll be interesting to see if she makes any adjustments.
Indeed so. Mentioned earlier all of 300 deliveries to bat. So certainly a lot more time than what we've become accustomed to during that 20 over competition. So it'll be interesting to see her approach, as you mentioned, but I'm thinking she's quite attacking by nature. It's just a matter of being a bit more selective in the longer form of the game.
Absolutely. Hector comes in. It's just outside the off stump. He likes to leave alone. In terms of the feel, it's the same feel that you had for the other bowler at the other end, which would be Claxton. So Hector starting with just the feeler back at deep square leg. There's a mid-on, there's a short fine leg, there's a slip, backward point, cover point, extra cover, and a mid-off. Plays this one on the back foot. You see that variation in length from Hector. Does tend to bowl slightly shorter than you see from Claxton, who is more of a swing bowler.
Yeah, both of these bowlers complementing each other quite well. Claxton, as you mentioned, that type of bowler will kiss the surface and get a bit of movement. Hector is more hitting the deck, giving her height as well, with extra a bit of bounce.
Drives that one Brathwaite. She was on the back foot, so it's not perfectly timed. Should have time for 2 runs. Skipper does the feeling now. It's comfortable too. Wait was on the back foot, but just punch through the line. 2 runs to the right of the extra cover, to the left of the extra cover field. Looking better on that occasion, better footwork from Brathwaite. The body weight was more into that punch, but straight to the extra cover field, and there's no run.
It's normally a good batting surface here at Park Hill. As long as you can get through that initial spell, it will offer a bit for the opening bowlers. So a bit of movement for Claxton earlier. Tends to flatten out a bit and become very good batting conditions.
This is edge and it's caught. Brathwaite goes. Joseph takes a catch at first slip. It's a sharp catch. So well caught there by Kiana Joseph, but she was looking to drive again. And that's a big wicket there for Shawnisha Hector and the Leeward Islands.
I was just mentioning the fact that you need to get through that initial period where the ball will do quite a bit, as is the case with the white ball in limited overs cricket. A bit loose outside the off some there from Brathwaite, bit of movement away, and a very good catch there in the slip cordon from Kiana Joseph. So Barbados, they lose their first wicket. It's up to 2 for the loss of 1.
So important wicket. Number 3 batter coming out, Nijani Komabach, to replace Ebony Brathwaite. She has to be mindful of the early movement, but I think that was an excellent adjustment in length from Shawnisha Hector. Was a bit shorter on the previous couple of deliveries, but then went right up to and on a very good driving length. It's tempting Brathwaite to go early at that drive. Of course, just a few deliveries she has faced, so the footwork may not necessarily be as crisp as it would be a little bit later in the innings. Just not really getting over that drive, edging a sharp chance to Joseph, who took it quite easily.
As you mentioned, it's a good piece of bowling there from Hector. Spoke about a couple of deliveries ago where she played a drive through the offside Brathwaite, but her weight was on her back foot to some extent. So having spotted that, I think Hector would have envisioned just going a bit fuller, and on that occasion a bit loose, as you mentioned, and getting to the pitch of that one, Ebony Brathwaite, and getting the outer portion of the bat, and a very good catch there. Good carry as well to the fielder there at slip. So good start from the Leeward Islands.
So it's come back to field, so first delivery. She does probably what Brathwaite should have done to the previous delivery, leaves it alone outside the off stump. And that one is a bit shorter, left alone again by Komabach. And that brings it over to an end. At the end of the over, the Barbados, they are 3 for 1, having lost that important wicket of Ebony Brathwaite.
Very good start from these 2 Leeward Islands seamers in the form of Hector and Claxton, something that we have seen from the Leeward Islands throughout the T20 tournament, the use of seam up front, and then they will introduce their spinners later on into the bowling attack. And both bowlers so far finding their lines and their lengths, able to extract a bit of movement as well with this new ball.
Scantlebury will be on strike again to Claxton.
Oh, yeah, we got 3.
Same field,
Because remember
as you
now,
mentioned, just a
remember
square leg
now, them
on the boundary.
And then 5 now.
All alone out there
See, one in a room there, one in a room there. Let me tell you.
in the yonder regions.
So let me listen to the
So Claxton continues now to Scantlebury. This one, she's just punching to the field at point Hector. There's no run.
opting for that foolish length once again, Claxton. Just wondering if at some point the captain can contemplate bringing a second slip perhaps, given the movement we've seen from her with the new ball this morning.
Beaten outside the off stump is Canterbury. A bit of a nothing shot. Didn't really get across to punch that delivery. Just playing with hands. And you might be able to hear the Leeward Islands feelers in the background. Quite buoyant after that early wicket. This time she's playing a similar shot. Gets it down to the fielder on at third. Who does the fielding? Martin. And she gets a single to get her off the mark. So it will bring Comerbash into strike.
Quite a sedate start from the Barbados team, largely due to the consistency of the Leeward Islands seamers so far.
So Comerbash with that very familiar way of taking her guard using the bails. Something we have seen from several players over the years. Shiv Chandapal, Sarwan, Pollard in more recent times, and several others after that. It would be interesting to find out who was the first to do it. At some point we will have that discussion as Claxton comes in now. Outside the off stump again. Doesn't have as much carry on this occasion. Another dot delivery.
Like Johnny Cumberbatch. Good looking player, Cumberbatch. I think her game will be more suited to this 50 over tournament. At times we've seen her get a bit bogged down in the 20 overs. So I'm thinking it's an opportunity for her to come and bat as much deliveries, get settled, coming in at that crucial number 3 position.
That's a good delivery, but well played by Cumberbatch, just indicating there with her arm movement that one just nipped a bit away from her off the surface. Yes, you mentioned that Osnet, that her game should be more suited to the 50 over format. They are putting a lot of faith in her as well, which is commendable from the Barbados team. They have seen something in her, so they're batting her quite early at that number 3 position. I think they're looking at her as one of their future key players as they go forward. This one doesn't bounce as much. Beaten outside the off stump. Again, it's Comerbash. At the end of over number 3, the Barbados team, they are 4 for 1.
And another good over there from Claxton. Started well here this morning at the Park Hill playing field. Barbados looking to consolidate, having lost that early wicket of Brathwaite. Key wicket, as we mentioned at the time. Someone who would have been quite attacking and made use of the power play in the 20 over format and was looking to replicate that sort of performance and form coming into this 50 over tournament. But unfortunately for her and the Barbados team, Shawnisha Hector had other plans.
And brings Canterbury into strike. She didn't play during the T20 competition. She's opening now in the 50 over competition. So seems as if that is a role that they earmarked for her during this tournament. She is now facing up to Hector. It's fuller delivery, fielded by the bowler. At least looking at her on that occasion, her weight was into the drive. So far her movement seems to be just getting a little bit sharper after a few deliveries at the crease.
Quite a strong wind blowing across the ground, something that we've come to expect here at the Park Hill playing field. But we're on the northeasterly side of the island. Certainly a playing field that is adored by a lot of local cricketers, given its uniqueness, by way of its location as well, off the main as such, the countryside, wonderful countryside.
Yes, we can't be too biased. Kato, we're both from from not too far from here. This one is a shorter delivery outside the house. Doesn't have the carry that we saw from some of our other deliveries sector. And it's beaten outside the off some Scantlebury as she was essaying a cut shot. Just seemed to lack the bounce that she anticipated.
So Wakila doesn't have a lot of pace. So as a wicket keeper, you also have to be mindful of your position.
She's bowled. It's another big wicket for Shawnisha Hector. We mentioned that there's a strong wind that is blowing here at Park Hill, which is aiding her in swing and her inward movement, which she is known for. And of course, at the other end, it's aiding Jazara Claxton in getting the ball to move away from the right hander. So good choice of ends here from the planning team of the Leeward Islands, and it's reaping dividends for them. Barbados now are in some trouble, having lost 2 wickets for only 4 runs.
Not the best of shots. They're just playing across its Canterbury on that occasion, but you mentioned that inward movement aided by that wind direction we spoke about earlier, the wind being a bit more pronounced at this stage of the day. But take nothing away from Shawnisha Hector, once again giving a team that start that they need, especially with the new ball in hand.
New batter is Asabi Calendar for Barbados women, batting at number 4. So essentially the same batting order that we saw in the 20 overs, except that Trishan Hole is not opening. She has been replaced in that spot by Scantlebury, who was just dismissed. So Calendar to face her first delivery. It's another huge shout there for LBW. Not out, says umpire Gusta. She's now into her work, Hector.
Right on the money once again there, Hector. Calendar coming in to join a partner there, Cumberbatch. 2 young players for the Barbados team. We mentioned the fact that they've been quite inclined to give the young players opportunities. Certainly a pressure situation for these 2.
So on the wide outside the off stump, left alone. At the end of over number 4, the score is 4 for 2, Barbados women.
All the trouble here for the Barbados team. Having won the toss and elected to bat first. Not the start that they would have been looking forward to. 4 for 2 in over number 4. Just scoring at 1 run per over at this stage. So it's a matter of these 2 building a partnership. But in terms of Hector, certainly a lot to adore about Hector. In terms of her batting, bowling, and just her general demeanor in the field. So it certainly looks like someone who is quite competitive and enjoying her cricket here in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Canning in the new batter, she opened at some point in the last competition, but now at number 4. Claxton now to continue to come a batch. Opportunity for a quick single. Comfortable in the end, but no chance for 2 as Moses does the fielding.
They'll need quite a bit more of that, the Barbados team, especially given the early pressure they've been placed under by the Leeward Islands. Just need to find ways of getting the ball into the gaps as much as possible, run hard. Hasn't been a lot of bungry deliveries served up so far. So it's a matter of getting used to the conditions enough to be able to just use soft hands at times and get some singles, get a bit of momentum into their innings.
So that occasion, Cumberbatch coming off the mark. It's an opportunity for another single. A bit of hesitation here between the 2 batters, but not feeling cleanly by the fielder coming in there on in the square leg region. Square leg now is back in the circle, and the guilty party looks like Alia Weeks.
Just gonna got it cleanly there, Alia. Certainly was an opportunity for a direct hit. Put some pressure on the batter there, Calendar.
It's a good looking shot. It doesn't find the gap. Feel it by Hector at point. So She's at backward point. Opens the batting, opens the bowling. That's Shawnisha Hector for you.
Very impressive cricketer, Shawnisha. Does play with a bit of fight, a bit of heart, as they would say. Wears her heart on her sleeve. Something that you want from cricketers if you are to really excel at the international level.
Tempting that one, but not gathered cleanly by the wicketkeeper. And we'll threaten the boundary, but it's cut off by the fielders down there. We neglected to mention to you that wicketkeeper Boyce is off the field, so the substitute is on and she's doing the wicket keeping. Looks like Bean Rosario wasn't able to gather that one cleanly.
Not carrying through as much as we saw earlier. I'm looking at the distance that she's at from the stumps and giving Claxton space. Not a bad distance, but just dying that delivery on her way to the wicket, on its way to the wicket keeper. Not sure what's the issue with Boys. Certainly a key player for them in terms of their batting.
So well played there by Cumberbatch. Fairly organized play in terms of her technique. And Johnny Cumberbatch. I'm pretty interested to see how she goes in the 50 over version, as you mentioned. Sometimes just seem to be pressed in the 2020 to play a few more shots. It didn't seem to be what she wanted to do at the time within her natural game. As we said, this 50 over version should suit her more. This one is a wide delivery, signaled by umpire Brown. This time, Bean Rosario collects cleanly behind the stumps.
That delivery again dying, bouncing just short of the wicketkeeper Rosario on that occasion. There's certainly not a lot of pace and carry in this particular wicket. Mentioned with the new ball, it tends to come on a bit. As a batter, you can afford to be on that front foot a bit more, knowing the fact that there's not a lot of pace and bounce in the wicket.
This time another wide by Claxton, so needs to find back her line here. And mentioned there's not a lot of pace in the wickets. It's a type of wicket that you expect here at Park Hill. Not usually very quick, and there will be some overnight moisture in the pitch as well. I think the quickest that you will see the pitch might be if the sun comes out, because right now it's overcast, might be in the next hour or so, and then after that, then it gets slower and slower into the afternoon. It's punching, calling through the single. So good cricket there from Cumberbatch. Gets a single in the end. And at the end of 5 overs, Barbados women, they are 11 for 2.
Another good over there from Claxton, barring those couple of wides that we saw from her in that over. Continue to apply the squeeze on the Barbados team. These two young players, as we mentioned before, Cumberbatch and Calendar, looking to rebuild. Leeward Island Seamers looking to make it as difficult as possible for these two.
As you mentioned, that Boyce is off the field, and I'm not too sure why, but we'll get some information to you shortly once we have that available. Hector now to continue to combat. Driven firmly, but pace taken off by the bowler in her follow through. So no run. As the mid-off fielder, the skipper, cleans up.
Persisting with that fuller length is Hector. Cumberbatch on that occasion, punching it down the ground, but well fielded off her own bowling.
So more of an effort delivery outside the off stump. No run. Left alone by Cumberbatch. Yeah, you mentioned that she's bowling a little fuller, which is, I think, is well needed here on this pitch. I think she would have recognized that there's not a lot of pace here in this wicket, and that it may be better to maintain a fuller length. driven uppishly. A couple of bounces to the field at mid on Martin. Just seemed to be a bit all into that one. The batter.
Trying to show a bit of attacking intent here, Cumberbatch. Still at the start of our innings. Just need to get used to the conditions, as we mentioned. A bit too early in that particular shot, trying to hit it on the up.
First short delivery from Hector. Not much pace in the wicket. Carries through to the keeper, Bean Rosario. Below her knees. Signal wide by umpire Gustan. Patrick Gustan. Both umpires out of the land of wood and water, Jamaica. Full delivery. Attempts the drive. Beating outside the off stump. Seemed to be a little bit late on that shot. Coming back. So it's a testing spell here from Shawnisha Hector.
As you mentioned, Jamaica, we have two other games going on at the same time. Jamaica versus Guyana. They're going to play at the Cumberland playing field. And Trinidad and Tobago and Windward Islands. That game is taking place at Sion Hill. So those are two other matches in this CG United tournament.
Excellent feeling there. It was a drive that was well timed. Don't think it would have threatened the boundary. But excellent feeling there from the fielder. It looks like Weeks. So redeems herself after a slight fumble a couple of overs ago.
Very good diving stop to the left. Good support for the bowlers in terms of that piece of fielding. Certainly saved a couple of runs.
And beaten outside the off stump, Calendar looking for the drive. Slightly on the up, which is, from what we have seen so far on this wicket, is a bit ill-advised. As the over comes to an end, Barbados women, they are now 13 for 2.
So the end of 6 overs, total 13 for 2. Very good start from the Leeward Island team. As we see the return of Boyce. Certainly good news from a Leeward Island perspective. I mentioned how important in terms of the batting, something we saw during the 20 over tournament, coming in pressure situation. Certainly have good temperament, and they'll need players like that in a tournament like this.
Yes, and it seems now as Kiana Joseph is off the field. So it's a different substitute fielder who comes on, which is Kizig Boyles. She's at mid-off. Replaces Bean Rosario. And skipper Edwards has now placed herself at the first slip position as Boyce takes over the gloves. Ooh, that's a wonderful delivery. Also had some pace on it. Beating all ends up there was coming back. First delivery in this over from Claxton.
Very good start to the over. So a couple of wides in our previous over, but at the start of his over, beautiful delivery. That movement once again causing a lot of problems for the Barbados right-handers at the start of this encounter. Whenever she gets it right, Claxton certainly does cause a lot of issues, especially for the right-handers.
This one is edged down to the fielder down at third, who does the feeling, keeps it down to a single. That's all there will be. But seemed to be an effort delivery there again from Claxton. Bowling a little faster than we have seen from her so far in her spell.
We spoke about bowling within herself in the first couple of overs. Her pace gradually increasing. We want to jeopardize her control though for pace. Ideally, she want her pace and her length to be consistent.
Calendar on strike. Looking to punch that one through the offside. Beaten again outside the off stump. I think that Calendar's role here, since Corbash is looking to be a bit more aggressive, I think she should tighten up just a bit, given the situation of the game. They have 50 overs to bat. Tighten up just a bit, see if she could get some singles. And just keep the scoreboard ticking along. That's a wonderful delivery from Claxton. Spins her around, squares her up with that away movement. And it was a Jaffa.
Very good delivery. Pitching just around the middle stump, going further away. Playing down the line there was Calendar. Thankfully for her, got no sort of contact. As long as she continued to bowl in this vein, that fielder there at slip and the wicketkeeper would certainly remain interested.
This time it's on the pads, but straight to the fielder at square leg. Weeks. So no run. Either side of her, I think that would have been a couple runs. So just didn't get the placement. Calendar, it was a nice looking shot.
Yeah, got away with that one. Claxton trying to be a bit greedy on that occasion, given what we saw on the previous delivery in terms of the movement. Trying to start a bit on leg stump, looking for that glory delivery. Something we've seen from Dale Steen on a couple of occasions, but not getting any anticipated movement. But as you mentioned, just finding the fielder there, Calendar, at square leg.
This one is outside the off stump, no run. Brings over number 7 to an end. And at the end of 7 overs, Barbados women, they are 14 for 2. Having won the toss and electing to bat here at Park Hill.
Maintaining a rather slow scoring rate so far, the Barbados team. Understandably so, having lost 2 early wickets at the start of this contest. So it's a period of consolidation for these two. I'm sure they'll be looking to just see off this new ball pair and then reassess in terms of where they are and what needs to be done in terms of the progress of their innings.
Shawnisha Hector will continue. Bowling to Cumberbatch. Shorter delivery, good punch, but straight to the field. Oh, and Weeks. She'll be disappointed with that. They should have time for 2. They turn now. Throw comes in, but it's comfortable 2 in the end. It was really straight to her. Didn't really get her body behind it. And leaked 2 runs.
A mixed day in the field so far from Weeks. So a brilliant stop in the previous over, diving away to her left. But we've also seen a couple of misfield. On that occasion, the bounce getting the better of her, affording the opportunity for 2, which was gleefully accepted by the Barbados pair.
Beaten outside the house up again, fuller length. I think that's the delivery that Calendar has to be mindful. Not Calendar, Cumberbatch. Well, both batters actually. From Hector, that's the delivery that they have to be mindful of. They're being tempted into that, into driving that wideish delivery, that wideish full delivery, which we saw being the downfall of Ebony Brathwaite. Given where the team is now, 2 wickets down early, I think they should be a bit more judicious with their stroke play. This one edging over the top, goes down to the boundary for 4. Was looking to pull this one through mid-wicket, got a top edge, and it's 4 runs, eluding the dive of the fielder there at slip, Claxton.
But so far we have seen Hector use that short delivery quite sparingly on this occasion, changing her length. Looking for that pull shot was Cumberbatch, getting a top edge and flew over the fielder there. Claxton at 4 slip. Maybe just getting a bit of a fingertip to it. And into the fence for 4. Welcome boundary for the Barbados team.
You also see a signal of no ball here from the umpire. So this will be a free hit. Don't think it was a field placement infringement, as almost everyone is in the circle. So just have overstep. A big swing, but a good delivery, good slow delivery there. Actually hits the stumps. I was about to say that it bowled or dismissed her, but of course it's a free hit. And no damage done on that occasion with that extra delivery.
A very good change of pace there from Hector. Spotting that the batter they are looking to be ultra aggressive, given the fact that it was a free hit. When across the line as well, there was Cumberbatch, and in the end, losing on leg stump. Thankfully for her, it was a free hit, so no damage done as you mentioned.
So we're ready to go again. Umpire Brown just fixing the stumps back up, ensuring that everything is in place. Short delivery again. Pull, but straight to the fielder. The square leg boundary. Maynard keeps them down to a single. So she's changed her length just a little bit. Perhaps not getting as much movement as she was getting earlier on. And changing her plan of attack.
Seemed to be quite inclined to play that pull shot as well, Cumberbatch. Attempted it on a couple of occasions. Limited success so far. Getting a top edge previously. Over that field that slipped before on that occasion, finding the field at deep mid wicket.
It's a Yorker dug out by Calendar. Brilliant delivery there from Hector. Calendar was up to the mark.
Good piece of bowling once again. Good change of length. We've seen her utilizing a short of a length in this over, but on that occasion, opting for that fuller delivery. But as you mentioned, well played there from Cumberbatch. Calendar, sorry.
See that the bowler is thinking about how to dismiss these two batters. Shorter delivery pulled. Not timed as well as she probably would have liked. Have time for 2 runs. Comfortable 2 in the end, and so Calendar brings an end to over number 8. At the end of over 8, Barbados are 24 for 2. So just starting to get a little bit of a move on here now, the Barbados team.
Continue in terms of that rebuilding effort, the Barbados team. We lost those 2 early wickets, these two young players, 2 talented players, 2 players that I'm sure Barbados management see as the future of the team, and maybe by extension going on to represent at the highest level as well. So it's an opportunity for them to show what they are made of in terms of their temperament and game awareness.
Again, Beaton looking to punch that one on the offside. Claxton. Here's some advice coming from some of the spectators. Watch the ball a little longer. Didn't really get her back foot across to punch that one through the offside. Stayed with the back foot where it is, where it was on her, in her stance. This one time as a quick single. Very well fielded there from Claxton. And I think that a direct hit may have been a bit close there, wasn't it?
Certainly a risky single there. Initially, Cumberbatch making the call. But Claxton quite athletic as we mentioned before. Running across and getting a shot at the stumps, but missing it completely. But a direct hit certainly would have made things quite interesting on that occasion. We spoke about taking those singles, not risky singles from a Barbados perspective though.
Claxton to continue to Calendar. It's a shorter delivery. Beaten again. She has seen her bowling partner take 2 wickets and she's probably wondering to herself, what do I need to do to get on the sheet? But that is how cricket is sometimes. You just have to play the supporting role.
She's gone past the edge on a couple of occasions now, Claxton. Just need to retain her focus. To continue to put the ball in the right places, you'll be rewarded at some point in time. Should be hoping that our time is sometime soon.
Just a late decision to leave that one alone as Claxton got that signature away movement. I was mentioning that off a few deliveries ago that quick single just dropped on the onside. They got through in the end, but I think probably to another bowler it might be a bit safer, a bit of a safer option than to Claxton. She's like a whippet in the field. So it was a close call, but safe in the end for Barbados. It's played in the correct manner. Good technique being shown here from Calendar. It's getting forward, bat and pad close together. High left elbow. Back down to the field at mid-on. Kimberly Anthony, who does the fielding. And there's no run. So this partnership has gotten things moving a bit now for Barbados. They would want them to continue for much longer. But the Leewards will be anxious to dismiss them before the power play ends. This time, just checking the drive. And it brings over number 9 to an end. At the end of the over, Barbados women, they are now 25 for 2.
Another tight over there from Claxton. Testing the technique of the Barbados top order here. Both of these new ball bowlers, thankfully from a Barbados perspective, just trying to consolidate as we mentioned earlier. Trying to get singles wherever possible. Haven't been a lot of bungry scoring options or opportunities presenting themselves. So it's a matter of being patient, these two.
Yeah, I do agree with you. And they are also facing the cream of the bowlers for the Leeward Islands. This one is punched down the ground. Shouldn't have time for a single. As skipper Edwards does a fielding, Amanda Edwards. So another single to Nigel Combach, who has looked good so far in this innings.
Yeah, looking to punch that one off the back foot. A bit short of a length that delivery. Got it past the bowler in the end. A single. So rotation of the strike, certainly the order of the day here for these two.
Slow delivery, but well played by Calendar. Could see that from the action as it was delivered that it was a slow delivery. What I've noticed that when she's bowling that slow delivery, she goes very full. Either Yorker length or just short of that. So she's not going into the pitch, giving the batter a lot of time to pick up the variation.
Indeed so. Showing our full repertoire of skills here, Hector.
This time a bit quicker. Calendar again. As we mentioned, she did open the batting for Barbados last year in the 2020 competition. Does seem to have a tight defensive technique. This one driven. Should have time for a single. Direct hit. I think she would have made it. Think of a second, but it's not on as the fielder Maynard does the backing up. A bit of laughter on the field as she just scuffs her return just a little bit and slips out of her hand. And her teammates see the funny side of it, but it's one run in the end.
Once again, putting pressure on the infield. Driven that one straight to the fielder there at mid-off to her left. But good communication. And in the end, getting a single quite comfortably.
Swan is down to the field along at third. Anthony keeps it down to a single. So, not a single for Combach.
Good start to the over in terms of just getting the ball into the gaps, putting a bit of pressure on the fielders, something we've called for from these two. So slowly but surely getting used to conditions here at the Park Hill playing field.
That's a very good feeling actually there from Leeward. That had a bubble of a bounce just in front of her. She kept it under control. So at the end of over number 10 and the end of the first power play, Barbados women having won the toss and electing to bat. They're 28 for 2. 28 for 2 here, Barbados women. And what we're seeing now is that the sun is actually out in all its splendor and glory. And I think the pitch over the next few overs will be the best. It will be the best time for batting on this wicket.
Indeed so, and these two have given themselves a chance by way of this partnership. Allow themselves to get used to conditions. At times, being presented with very good deliveries. A couple of deliveries going past the outside edge there of Claxton. But as you mentioned, a bit of a recovery here for the Barbados team. Slow recovery, mind you, but 28 for 2 at the end of 10 overs. A change of bowling here from the Leeward Island team. We're going to see the introduction of Alia Weeks into the bowling attack. And in terms of a change here in the commentary box, I would like to welcome Rajiv Roberts. Good morning to you, Rajiv.
Yeah, good morning. Happy to be here at Park Hill playing the field, witnessing this matchup between the Leeward Islands and Barbados, the two finalists from the T20. And so far, the Leeward's looking good. 10 overs, 28 for 2. As Barbados try to build on this total that they have so far after 10 overs, hasn't it?
It's an opportunity for them to build a partnership. Having lost those 2 early wickets, 2 key wickets as well, especially the wicket of Brathwaite. We saw quite how dangerous she can be in that T20 leg of this tour. Alia Weeks certainly will want to back up the effort of the 2 opening bowlers of the Leeward Islands so far. This one is punched. Captain there at mid-off comes in, can't prevent a single, so good piece of batting there, good running as well, something that we'll want to see more of from the Barbados pair.
Well, it's important that you pick the gaps here at Park Hill playing field, which there are lots of gaps. But it's important that your placement have to be spot on.
This one is short and in the air. Opportunity for a catch. Wicketkeeper Boyish, will she get there? No, she doesn't. And afforded the opportunity as well for a second. So a bit of an opportunity there. A short delivery there from Weeks. Looking to pull that one was a Calendar. Getting the top edge. Boyce had to run from a wicket-keeping position close to the umpire. In the end, just not getting enough legs to get there. An opportunity goes a begging.
Well, as I mentioned from the T20 tournament, Asnet, she's not one of the quickest runner. So with that ball lobs straight up in the air, it was a difficult chance for her to get there.
The fortunate thing for Calendar as well, the only fielder that was close by is a mid-wicket in the form of Anthony, who is perhaps not the most mobile as well. So it was actually, you can say it was a perfectly placed top edge. But she has to put that behind her and get moving again as she's punching this one to mid-on, so gets another single. It certainly looks to be getting used to conditions, these two.
As you mentioned, conditions here, it's pretty good for cricket. And with you seaming the ball, Asnet, it will be definitely good for the pace bowlers to seam the ball. You got to be spot on, pick your spot on and the wicket, and you should be in business.
I think something that they have to contend with as well is the wind here at Park Hill playing field. Quite pronounced at this time. One of those playing field where you have to utilize the wind to some extent. We saw Claxton getting the ball to move away appreciably from the right-handers. Largely thanks to that wind. This one is pulled in front of square. Should get into the boundary. In fact, just rushes into the boundary. So not the best of deliveries there from Weeks, but well played in the end there from Calendar.
Yeah, good shot there from Calendar. Get the Barbados on a move on in the 11th over. And they're doing well so far. At the end of 10 overs, they were 28 for 2. The score is now 37 for the loss of 2. Very good going here from Good partnership building here for Barbados.
This one getting the outside edge. I'm sure Calendar will tell you that that was intentional. In fact, it's Cumberbatch just walking that one down to third man. So the end of the 11th over, and at the end of it, Barbados they are 38 for the loss of 2.
For the loss of 2. 10 runs taken from that 11th over of Weeks. Real good going here. As you mentioned, Asnet, once both batters stay there and bat, it's important for you to occupy the crease and stay as long as possible. 10 runs became easy. So it's important for the likes of Calendar to stay there and try and bat at least to the 35th over.
I'm sure that will be the message from the management team in terms of just bat as long as possible. 50 overs, a lot of overs. Unlike the 2020 tournament where you always feel pressure to get your scoring rate up. 50 over, different kettle of fish. Opportunity for you to bat long periods of time. And as you bat longer and longer, you get used to conditions. Quite naturally, your scoring rate will increase. It's another change in the bowling. We'll see the introduction of Moses into the attack. Sheehan Moses. So another seam bowling option from the Leeward Island team. If you look at the way they would have utilized their bowlers throughout the T20 tournament, we saw the likes of Claxton and Hector starting proceedings. Then we saw the introduction of spin. Haven't seen that today. We've seen the introduction of Weeks and Moses. So something different from the Leeward Islands as it relates to their seam bowling options.
Well, what I know about Park Hill, I played here on several occasions, Osnet, and it's really and truly a wicket good for pace bowling. And later on in the afternoon, the slow bowlers come to their fold. But it's important that the Leeward Islands pick some wickets up here. They already have two. They need to make inroads in this Barbados team.
It's something I spoke about during that T20 tournament in terms of the lack of seaming options being utilized by a lot of the teams. Ever too often we saw spin being the go-to option. And just looking at the overall picture in terms of West Indies cricket on a whole, I just thought that it's a tournament where we need to see more seam bowling options coming to the forefront. Yes, teams want to win and you'll do anything to win, but in terms of development and what you're looking for in terms of a tournament to produce, I just think that at times we haven't seen enough of those seam bowling options being utilized. It's good to see the likes of Weeks and Moses here this morning.
Likes of Weeks and Moses, along with Claxton and Hector. That's 4 seam bowlers as used here by the Leeward Islands. Another beautiful delivery there. Quick single taken. Misfield by the fielder right there. It's appeared to be Edwards. Skip the captain for Leeward Island on that occasion there.
A couple of occasions now we have seen that sort of delivery stroke to the fielder there, the captain of mid-off, and the batters opting for a single, putting a bit of pressure on the fielder. Just cannot gather it as cleanly as she would have liked on that occasion, Captain Edwards. This one is a good delivery, going past the outside edge. Wicketkeeper boys up to the stumps now. Moses doesn't have the pace of a Hector or Claxton. Seem to rely on control and a bit of movement. These two don't want to take off for granted, having negotiated that difficult spell in terms of Claxton and Hector. It's just a matter of starting again, seeing what the bowler has to offer, and then you can make whatever decision you think best suits that particular delivery.
Really good going here by Moses. What I would like to see she do actually is bowl a little bit fuller to the wicket. So bowl wicket to wicket and bowl a bit fuller here, Osnet, which is very important. And she's doing well so far, but I would like to see she touch fuller.
She does have the pace to trouble the batter in terms of a shot of a length. So ideally she'll want to be a bit fuller, as you mentioned. Also not offer too much room outside the off stump. Still within the power play as well. It's a better line. Played officially from calendar. Once again, testing the fielders. Maynard on that occasion patrolling this deep square leg boundary. Good arm. But it's the end of another over. And at the end of it, score moves up to 40 for 2.
While I mentioned I would like to see the bowler, the slow bowlers bowl a touch fuller, you got to be mindful that you will definitely need your long on and your long off.
Just an update in terms of the other games. We mentioned Trinidad and Tobago versus Windward Islands. That game being played there at Sand Hill. Windward Islands there 37 for 1. 15 overs completed. And Guyana versus Jamaica. A bit delayed in terms of the start. Jamaica, they are 3 without loss. So as time goes by, we'll update you in terms of those matches. You can also join those coverage of those matches on the Windies YouTube page. But for now, we're having live action here at the Park Hill playing field between Leeward Islands and Barbados. Barbados having won the toss earlier, electing to bat first. Lost a couple of early wickets, but this partnership of 38 so far between these two, doing somewhat of a repair job. This one is punched nicely down the wrong. Should get past Maynard there and affording the opportunity for a second. Outfield quite lush here at the Park Hill playing field. Perhaps not as quick as we have become used to. So you definitely have to run those twos and threes whenever the opportunity presents themselves.
What is important for Leeward Islands, and they do need at least mid-on, or I think it perfectly a mid-on would definitely the mid-on will be good for the Leeward Islands here, hasn't it? Very, very important that you have your field in the right place. Beautiful ball in there again. Leeward's doing well. This is even Steven here for this encounter between Barbados and the Leeward Islands. As we know, the Leeward Islands were the champion in the T20 and Barbados were the second runner. Barbados definitely want to have an upper hand of Leeward's here today.
This one is walked nicely. Cumberbatch there, not responding to the call of our partner. I think it was actually a single. It was hit to the left of the field there. Anthony at mid-wicket. The fielder there, Maynard, had to make her way to her right. But in the end, not responding to our partner was Cumberbatch. All's well that ends well for them. Weeks once again. We're finding some good lines and then say Weeks. Not the slowest going around. Just have enough pace to hustle the batter to some extent. Does seem to have a lot of energy as well. Exuberance of youth. This one is short and putting it in front of square on the onside. Should challenge a boundary. And just slowing up. An opportunity for a third. And in the end, a bit indecisive. But always 3 runs on offer there.
Good 3 runs for the Barbados women as the over has come to an end. Score now moves up to 45 for the loss of our 2 wickets. Over number 13 has completed. We're here at Park Hill playing field. Beautiful ground here for cricket. 50 overs between the Super 50 be played between Windward Island, that's Leeward Islands, and Barbados, the 2 finalists from the T20 tournament.
Those 2 all wickets fall into Shawnisha Hector. So continuing her good form from the T20 tournament into this 50 over tournament. Very good spell. Claxton as well complemented each other quite well. Wasn't amongst the wickets Claxton, but certainly did a good backup job for her captain as we're going to see the introduction of spin. So just one over for she and Moses. We're going to see the captain herself, Amanda Edwards, who I thought had a very good all-around tournament in that 20 over series. Bowled well, batted well for her team in some difficult situations, and I thought that she led the team quite well. So good all-around player, Amanda Edwards. Quite experienced as well at this level. This one is short and walked nicely his calendar. Out to deep mid-wicket. Critical point in the game, introduction of spinners. Somewhere along the line, the introduction of spin always seemed to put a break to the scoring as well as lead to wickets. Barbados will be hoping that neither of those possibilities come to fruition here this morning.
Well, happy to see the skipper of Amanda Edwards in a very, very early stage here. And we see that drift, we see that turn. So that will encourage her to go all spin here.
Into over number 14, still relatively new this ball. Not a big turn of the ball by any means is Amanda Edwards. Does have good control. Just looking at the field as well. Field quite spread. Having a long on, long off, deep mid wicket. Those free fielders outside the circle at this stage. As I speak, we're seeing the long off coming into the circle, which I think is a better feel. So far, quite flat. Quite buoyant in the field as well, the Leeward Islands. Seem to be enjoying themselves in the field. Couple of dot deliveries to calendar.
What I would definitely love to see from Edwards is a bit more flight through the air.
Ooh. Short of a length again, flatter. Looking to punch that one through the offside. His calendar misses it completely. But it's the end of the first over there from Edwards. 2 runs coming from it. And Barbados, they're up to 47 for the loss of 2.
47 for the loss of 2 after 14 overs. Leeward Islands coming up against Barbados right here at a Park Hill playing field. Still have the likes of Maynard. Just saw 1 over from the captain of Amanda Edwards. And we see the likes of a Leeward brought into the attack for her 4th over of this Super 50 encounter. So it's basically us to spin from both ends.
Just as we were discussing the fact that we really welcome the sight of seeing 4 seamers being used by the Leeward Islands quite early in this encounter, we're now seeing the introduction of spin from both ends. Roselle Leeward, another consistent performer for the Leeward Islands in that 20 over tournament, came in to bowl at some crucial stages. Really put her hand up and was counted on a lot of occasions in that finals, coming into the power play as well. So interesting to see how she goes in the 50 over format of this game.
Well, you keep mentioning consistent from a lot of players, but I think the only player who was not consistent with the bat was Kiana Joseph for the for her first 3 games, right? But in the back end of the tournament, she did well. Hence the reason why they are the champions of the T20 tournament.
I'm sure her sights will be set on getting a more dominant performance throughout this tournament. Kiana Joseph, we know what she's capable of. A player with international experience as well. So she'll know that she needs runs in terms of giving her team that sort of start that they require. Leeward Islands will be looking at it from the perspective that they didn't get the best of starts from her throughout the tournament, but they end up being champions. So it was also an opportunity for somebody else to step up, and I think it was more of a group effort, likes of Edwards and Hector and these players coming to the forefront in the absence of runs from Kiana Joseph.
Beautiful bowling there by Leeward. I think that's 4 consecutive dot ball. Doing well here for Leeward Islands in this encounter at Park Hill against Barbados. Beautiful partnership developing here. And that's a bad delivery, been pulled away for 4. That's 4 runs to Barbados as they move. That's 50 up for Barbados. They're now 52.
One of the best of deliveries there from Leeward on this occasion, offering a full toss on the line of the leg stump. And the opportunity there, pounced on by Cumberbatch. Just sweeping that one behind square on the leg side. No sort of protection in that region of the pitch. And gets herself a boundary. It's again a bit of laughter. Good to see. Certainly enjoying things in the field. 52 for 2. This one is driven beautifully through the offside. Would challenge a boundary, but such is the athleticism of Claxton on that occasion, limiting the batters to 2 runs, but a good looking shot to end the over. And at the end of it, the total moves up to 54 for 2. A partnership of 52 between these 2 players as well.
Beautiful partnership here. Good rebuilding for Barbados in this Super 50 encounter against the Leeward Islands. The score now on 54 for the loss of 2 wickets in over number 15. As you mentioned, 52 run partnership between both batters there. It's basically something that Barbados should really be happy, because with the score on 242, Osnet, and you have a total here now of 54 for the loss of 2 wickets in over number 15. It's really and truly good for Barbados rebuilding.
We mentioned at the time it's an opportunity for these 2 young players to consolidate, and that is what they have done quite admirably up to this point. But they'll want to continue in that vein though. They'll want to get this partnership bigger, continue to put pressure on the Leeward Island team. Something we know about the Park Hill wicket is not the easiest wicket to get started on, but once you get used to the conditions here, it becomes a very good batting wicket. This one is hit. And past the diving fielder there at mid-off. Should get the opportunity for a second. Boils the fielder there. Just can't prevent that one from going past her. But expansive drive again there from Calendar. Certainly a bit more attacking intent being shown by these 2 in the last couple of overs or so.
As I made mention, it's definitely good going for Barbados. Smooth going as well for the Leeward Islands, as that one had been pulled, getting close to the boundary, and now rolls into the boundary for 4 runs. So Barbados doesn't get in a move on here.
Not the best of deliveries there from Captain Edwards. Short delivery and sat up really in the wicket, and Calendar pulling that one in front of square on the onside. A valiant effort there from a Leeward, diving away to her right at mid-wicket, getting a bit of a fingertip to it. Certainly smart enough after that connection, and rushed into the fence for 4. This one is walked to her left this time around, so certainly getting into the game, Leeward in the field. Diving away to her right previously, and on this occasion, diving away to her left. Will certainly be challenged on all fronts. But it's another single for the Barbados team. Continue to accumulate these singles amidst the boundaries creeping into their game as well. This one is short and not finding the gap on this occasion. Cumberbatch hasn't been able to find her length as yet. Amanda Edwards has been too short on occasions and at times a bit too full. So still searching for her best effort as it relates to consistency.
Well, as I made mention earlier, I would definitely love to see Amanda flight those ball through the air. But as you rightly said, that she have been pulling them a bit too short. At the end of over number 16, The score is now 64 for the loss of 2 wickets.
Yeah, 61 for 2. 16 overs completed. I mentioned this partnership continues to thrive between these two. Introduction of spin so far hasn't met the desired results from a Leeward Island perspective in terms of any sort of control. Seen a couple of boundaries being scored and a few singles as well. So mentioned that sort of momentum in terms of the partnership having started so slowly. They've now been able to get a bit of impetus into the innings. Barbados will be hoping that it continues in that vein. Leeward Islands will be hoping for a bit of control and ultimately a few more wickets to derail this sort of progress that we have been seeing. Starting this 17th over, with a wide there, Leeward. As we look at the field, there's a ring of fielder on the offside. Fielder there at deep mid wicket. And a long on.
What these two definitely need to do for Barbados is bat until at least the 20th over. Very, very important for Barbados. Get to score anything around the region of 95 at the end of the 20th over without losing another wicket will be a plus for Barbados, as we see a rush shot there by the batter. Another dot ball by Leeward. Scores remain on a 62.
Good bit of bowling there from Leeward, just getting a bit of drift away from the right-hander. The wind direction here will also aid that sort of drift. Not a typical off spinner Leeward, somewhat of a wrong arm sort of action. So at times does get that sort of drift away from the right-handers. But also if there's a bit of turn on off, as we saw in the final, she's able to get the ball to turn back into the right-handers as well. So something to be mindful of as a right-hander facing up to Leeward. Also gets short overs quite quickly. So far in this over, being quite flat. Not a lot of flight. Sweeping this one. And just cutting it behind square on the onside. It comes across for single, come back. A sweep shot, not a shot that we have seen employed a lot against the spinners, but certainly one that can be utilized effectively if you're able to execute on a consistent basis.
63 for the loss of 2 wickets here. Continuing his Leeward. Another single taken down to long on. Good going here by the Windward Island. That should be Barbados. 60 at the end of over number 17. The score is 63 for the loss of 2 wickets.
So it's an opportunity for a bit of a water break here. And while the players get some refreshments, we'll also get some refreshments here in the commentary box with the Barbados team. They are 64 for 2 at the end of 17 overs.
Welcome back here at Park Hill playing field, where the matchup between Leeward Islands and Barbados, with the score at 64 for 2 after 17 overs. Barbados definitely needs to move on here, hasn't it? Beautiful going by the two batters there who have a brilliant partnership so far.
This one is hit past the fielder there at square leg for a single. So good start after the jinx break. Always important for you to restart. Seen so many times, even at the international level, wickets falling directly following a jinx break. So these two will be mindful of that, and they'll be hoping they can continue with this partnership that has blossomed so far for them, up to 63 now. Oh, she's bold. My goodness. Just as I was mentioning that you have to start again after a jinx break, we're seeing the dismissal here of Calendar. Not the best of shots, but a quite lazy attempt, I would say. It's an attempt that tells you just coming back from a jinx break, to say the least. Rajiv.
Yeah, probably commentator's course right there, hasn't it? But it's basically is a good going for the Leeward Islands, and probably slow on that occasion to put on back that pad, to get back out there, doing a restart here, hasn't it? It's probably caused a demise of fall of a wicket. But that's at that wicket, the score is now 65 for the loss of 3 wickets.
Certainly not a wicket. The Barbados team were hoping that they would lose so quickly following the jinx break. They would have been hoping that that partnership would continue in the manner in which it was operating before that jinx break. But from a Leeward Islands perspective, that partnership was getting increasingly dangerous for them. So it's a good breakthrough for them. Got those 2 early wickets, frustrated by that partnership somewhat. But I'm sure now they will be quite motivated to continue to just peg away at the batting order of the Barbados team, as we see Alain making her way into the middle.
I'll just skipper take center stage here for Barbados to continue the rebuilding here for our team, while the Leeward Islands are looking differently, looking to get our wicket, and any of the 2 batters, they will definitely be important for the Leeward Islands, with the score on 65 for 3 in over number 18.
This one is punched into the offside for a single, so Alain is up and running off the mark. Another player who we saw during that T20 tournament shapes up quite well, Alain. Very good all-around cricketer. Brilliant in the field. Good medium pace option. And of course, quite handy with the bat as well. Should be looking to lead from the front as a skipper. So he's seeing a bit of a freak accident to some extent. Hopefully skipper Edwards hasn't done any sort of damage to herself. Appears to have stepped on the ball there as the umpire is calling for the physio. But just a delivery pushed into the offside. Going across there was Edwards. And just stepping on the ball, her left, is it her left ankle perhaps? Just a bit of a twist. Hopefully from a Leeward Island perspective, it's nothing serious, given the fact that she's a key member of this outfit.
Well, key member of this unit is very important as the leader of the captain for the Leeward Islands team, Osnet. You would not want to lose your captain for the first game of this tournament, and I think it's probably a slight twist ankle as she stepped on the ball. The physio is out there. So we are just hoping all the best for her and the Leeward Islands team.
It's one of those injuries that at first it appears to be nothing much really. But we have seen even in the past at international level, some of these innocuous injuries can lead to long-term consequences. So as you mentioned, we are hoping that that is not the case here with Captain Edwards. I'm sure the magic spray will come out. I'm not sure how many times you would have been a recipient of the magic spray, Rajiv.
Well, the magic spray with me in my kit bag, I always carry my personal magic spray, which is very important for players as well. And because there are some magic spray that just doesn't work the way it's supposed to work. So it's important that you have that one. But the physio is out there with Edwards, and we are hoping that everything goes well and we should be back up running soon.
So what we'll do, we'll take a short break at this time and we'll resume whenever play restarts after this injury.
Somebody on the class, he calls on him. I'm gonna look for.
All right, welcome back here at Park Hill playing field. We're up and running. The captain of the Leeward Islands seems to be okay. The physio is walking off. The players are back in position. The batters, the umpires, we are ready here at Park Hill with the score on 66 for the loss of 3 in over number 18. I think she might do have some discomfort there, hasn't it? I mean, those kind of injury, they might not attack you right away.
Something will be a persistent niggle there somewhere along the line, but it's good to see that she's up and running and she'll be able to continue. Spoke about her importance, Amanda Edwards. Not the biggest of crowds here at the Parkway playing field at this time, but I'm sure as the days goes on, you will see more and more people making their way into the playing field. Always a good place to play cricket. Quite vocal as well, the crowd. I'm sure our viewers and listeners will be just picking up a bit of chatter in the background. Always advice being offered to the players on the field as the over comes to an end and it remains 66 for the loss of 3.
Well, what I could say about spectator here in Park Hill, there are a few houses around, and I know people just be in the house looking out at the windows, taking in the game, as well as there's a preschool just across the road there as well. The kids certainly will probably join us probably later on in the afternoon. And 66 for 3. Beautiful bowling there by the skipper. Over went for only 2 runs, picking up that important wicket there in that over. So we have the captain here as well for the Barbados team, and she will definitely need to want to bat deep and deep as possible, get her team in a commandable position where they could feel comfortable of winning this game, wasn't it?
It's a Leeward once again. This one is short of a length, not timing it well on that occasion, Alain. I know it's quite all in the tournament, Rajiv, but in terms of a total, a competitive total, it's something that we've been trying to wrap our heads around, even through the T20 tournament. As it stood, scores of just around 100 runs proved to be quite competitive. In terms of this 50 over tournament, what is the kind of range that we're looking at in terms of a degree of comfort for the batting team? Team batting force, that is.
Well, these are one of 3 games that playing throughout the country. on day one of the Super 50 tournament. And it's important batting force, try to get anything in the region of 240, 250. And that way you could basically assess with the way Barbados is going now in the 20th over. In the 19th over, they are 66 for the loss of 3 wickets. And it's basically a good going so far. Might be seemed a little bit slow. They lost 3 wickets, so they have 7 wickets, all 7 wickets remaining. So it's important that they bat as much as these over as possible and get anything in the region of 240 to 250.
So I think going to take a good bit of batting to get there. In order to get there, they will need certainly consistent partnerships from here on. I'm currently scoring just around 3 runs per over as well. So to get up to that total, we need to get the scoring rate up to 5 and beyond. I'm not sure the extent to which they can do such, but this one is walked neatly behind square on the onside. Opportunity for a second, and gets it quite comfortably in the end now. So 2 more runs added to the total, up to 68 now for free. But in order to get up to such a total as well, they'll need to do more of what we just saw in terms of just walking the ball into the gaps, getting your angles right, and try and get a bit more momentum again into your innings, something that we saw in the latter stages of that partnership between Cumberbatch and Calendar.
As you made mention of that, Asnet, this outfield here at Park Hill playing field is lightning fast as they overcome to an end with the score on 69 for the loss of 3 wickets.
It's the captain to continue proceedings there from the southern end. So it's a flighted delivery. There goes Allen looking to be a bit expansive on that occasion. Not timing it as well as she would like. Gets a single nonetheless. Slowly but surely trying to rebuild this batting effort, these two. So have a look at the field. There's a ring of fielders on the offside. There's a fielder there, short fine leg, mid wicket. There's a long on and a deep mid wicket. So still a lot of fielders in the circle. It's good to see from the captain, trying to put a bit of pressure on these two in terms of limiting those scoring opportunities for singles. Having started a bit haphazard to some extent, Amanda Edwards slowly getting a bit more consistency now in her bowling.
Well, as I made mention earlier, that I would definitely love to see she flight that ball a bit more. And she's doing that and doing that well. And this is her easy 2.5. No. Turned back by the striker. Good going here by both teams, especially Barbados, who are now at 71 for the loss of 3 in over number 20.
This one is short and not the best of effort in the cover region there from Joseph. Diving away to her left. Can't prevent the single here. And Allen gets another single.
One of the outstanding bowler for the Leeward Islands, Osnet, is the likes of Minard, who I think picked up 9 wickets so far in the tournament. And I would have loved to see her with the ball in hand before the likes of Leeward here today.
There's a lot of bowling options that Captain Edwards have at her disposal. We also know that Kiana Joseph as well bowled quite miserly throughout that T20 tournament. So it's just a matter of utilizing whatever options that she deemed fit at the time. But it's the end of the 20th over, and at the end of it, Barbados 72 for free. I'm looking to post a competitive total here this morning at Park Hill.
72 for 3 is Barbados. Still at the wicket is at the crease is the captain Aline. Doing well here so far. Leeward Islands with ball in hand is doing a wonderful job. This game is even Steven so far. Barbados has lost only 3 wickets, have all 7 wickets in hand. Trying to post a big total here. As we see Leeward with ball in hand. And welcome back, Alanson Cruikshank.
Yes, thank you very much, Rajiv. And good morning again to all our viewers, wherever you are in the world. Bit of a recovery here from Barbados after having 2 down for only 3 runs. Some excitement there from the fielders, and that one was played a bit uppishly. But in the end, it wasn't close to hand. Good conditions now for batting roughly with the sun out.
Very, very good condition here. The sun is out, the wind is blowing. Using your bowlers from the right end is very, very important. As we saw, all 3 wickets has fallen from the preschool end this morning. 2 to Hector and 1 to Edwards.
Yeah, I think somewhere the batters have struggled a little bit with the ball coming into them. And the wind from that end is aiding that delivery. In that area there, that's where they want it, just a little bit away from the stump to free the arms. Leeward again has been quite consistent with all lines and lengths. Occasional wide here and there, but nothing short. Quick single. And slight misfeel here from the skipper, Amanda Edwards. But she seems to be moving well after a slight injury scare a few overs ago.
Picking up the singles here is very important as well for Barbados. Try to avoid as much dot ball as possible. If the boundaries are not coming, it's important that you get the singles when the singles are on offer. As we see another dot ball there from Leeward. Doing well here is Leeward Islands at the end of 21 over. The score is 74 for the loss of 3.
74 for 3, as you mentioned, Rajiv. And I think Barbados will be pleased with the recovery that the previous partnership put together. Corbash and Calendar. Calendar will be a little bit disappointed with the dismissal. But I think she was outfoxed there from by the bowling of Amanda Edwards. Just knocked that one under her bat. She was chipping down the wicket. Maybe she left a little bit early and the bowler saw that. But they put on a solid partnership. Just over 60 runs. And now Barbados will be looking to these to the skipper. And the young charge, Corbash, at the wicket. And they will be looking to forge an important partnership for them. The Leewards, they do have a lot of spinners in the middle overs. Skipper, Edwards, Leeward, and there's Keanu Joseph still to bowl.
But yeah, the likes of Keanu Joseph, as you mentioned, also they have Minard, and she have been one of the leading wicket taker for Leeward. She picked up, I think, around 9 wickets in the just concluded T20 tournament. Have done well for every occasion. When called upon, she delivered, and it's very, very important for the Leewards, who have so many bowling options on show here.
Yeah, they do have quite a bit of options, and the bowlers are quite defensive as well. They're not necessarily attacking spinners, but they have very good control and tend to put a bit of pressure on the batting team. So one punch down to long on for a single. A shot that she was looking for early in the over, so Leeward cut off one, and one went back to the bowler as well.
What I definitely would love to see here from Amanda Edwards Alanson is give the ball a bit more air. And you notice once you give that air, the batters really and truly not getting under it to even rotate to get a single. And that is basically what I'm speaking. It just give it a bit more air.
Yeah, you mentioned it and you called for it and it happened. A bit of air on that one, but not really slow. She still bowls it a bit flat, a bit fast. This one a lot slower. Single taken to Anthony. 2 runs in the end. Very good running from Aline and from Korbash. It brings the over to an end after 22 overs. The score is now 77 for 3.
77 for 3 at the end of 22 overs. And what the Bajans are doing, Alanson, is picking their player who they want to run to. I mean, Anthony is not one of the quickest. And that should have been not a single, but from not a single turn to 2.
Well, it's you take what's on offer when you're batting. And when you're batting, your job is to make runs. So you try to see how many you can get by whichever means you can until you are dismissed. Leeward continues now to Korbash, who has held the innings together. He's on 35 now. Came in quite early with the loss of the wicket of Ebony Brathwaite to Shawnisha Hector in the second over. Has been out there since then.
Bowling well here for the Leeward Islands is a Leeward. Barbados 77 for the loss of 3 wickets in over 23. Doing an exceptionally good job here for the skipper is Leeward Alanson.
It's very consistent, known for her control. Look at a single here now down to Long as we speak. Takes the score up on to 78. Yeah, she's not bowling. If you look at her, she's not looking to turn the ball that much. Just a very low arm and just looking to be consistent around the off stump. Another single down to Long. Pretty fast as well for a spinner.
Well, I was just about to say she's more of a medium pace to me. Taking about 4 steps to get to the wicket is more of a medium pace and not turning the ball. And I've looked at it since the T20 tournament.
It's looking cut shot, but doesn't find the gap. Feel that point, Claxton keeps them scoreless. Another single down to Long. So that's the scoring era, and it's available to score. She's bowling quite straight and quite quickly. Not very short as well, so full. It's a good productive era to score. And at the end of the over, the score is 80 for 3. Leeward has 5 overs, none for 17 so far in her spell. So doing that job, keeping the scoring rate down. She's going at 3.4 runs and over so far. So playing that role, that is something that you saw from in the 2020 as well. Doesn't really come on to take wickets, but just to build pressure in the middle overs. What you see from the Leeward Islands is that they depend on their opening fast bowlers to get amongst the top order, take some wickets.
Well, bowling 5 overs for just 17 runs. I will definitely take that any day, as we saw the captain of the Leeward Islands back with ball in hand, Amanda Edwards. And take a quick single is Barbados. I was mentioning Alanson with bowling 5 overs for 17 runs. We'll take that any day. Really good going here by Leeward so far.
It's a good batting there from Aline. And feel it there from Anthony. Much to the amusement of the crowd. I think they're having some fun with her.
Yeah, definitely having fun with her. Anytime she makes a stop, they are so happy for her. And Another dot ball there again. Doing well here again for Leeward is the skipper, Amanda Edwards.
It was a bit too short on that occasion, just giving the batter Cumberbatch enough time just to punch it for a single to the deep mid wicket fielder. Forcing shot, but straight to the fielder. Weeks, who keeps it scoreless.
Well, there's a lot of gaps on the offside. If you place that ball through there, it will definitely go run away to the 4-4. But I think she tried on the occasion to hit it too hard.
Yes, there's also the option on the offside as we have the end of the over. The score is now 83 for 3. Yeah, looking at the offside as well, there's a considerable slope downwards. So if you're hitting the ball, you have to make sure that you get all the way over it. But if you want to go over the top, there's opportunity there that you don't have to hit it as high as you may have to on the other side of the ground, because there's a considerable slope downwards. So if you go over the top, you get a bit more elevation on that side of the ground. So that's something that I think they would consider probably a little bit later in the innings. Being 3 down, they are not in a bad position, but they know if you lose 2 or 3 wickets now, that they will definitely give over the ascendancy to the Leewards, the Barbados team. Slight misfield there from Moses. She'll be disappointed with that. Gives the opportunity for a single to Cumberbatch.
Barbados is in the 80s, 84 for the loss of 3 wickets. In the 25th over, still with ball in hand for the Leewards is Leeward, searching for her 4th wicket, and that's one run away down to mid-on for a single, fielded there by Hector.
Yes, and the skipper Amanda Edwards, she has just completed her 6th over. She has 1 for 20. Figures of 1 for 20. So that's the role that these two play in the middle. Wickets here and there are bonus, but they're really there as defensive bowlers to keep the run rate down.
What I think gonna happen here from the Leeward Islands, they're gonna go with 2 more spin. They're gonna probably use the likes of Kiana Joseph and Maynard.
It's actually a very good feeling by the fielder. They're coming in from the deep mid wicket. It looks like Aliyah Weeks. She seems to have a good arm, and a direct hit there would have been interesting with that couple.
Well, I want to believe if you are that young, you definitely should have a good arm.
So the discussion between both batters, probably saying to themselves it was a good 2, we got it, but let's not take too many risks with the running. I think they shouldn't realize the importance of this partnership for their team. The skipper is out there as well, so keep the communication going. The Leeward Islands, I think they want another wicket soon. To capitalize on the good start that they have had after the recovery from the Barbados team.
Yeah, beautiful bowling there again by Leeward. Another dot ball. Ball went straight to Hector. Score on 87 for 3. Not a good feeling there again. The Leewards in the field have been electric this morning, Alanston.
Yeah, they have generally been perhaps the best feeling side in the competition. Well, the previous competition, the 2020 version. So, few misfeels here and there, but generally speaking, they have been doing well in the outfield. This one is full. Bad delivery. Does she take advantage of it? Good feeling from Moses to keep it down to a single. Something that we noticed the last over. Leeward was pushed down and punched down too as the over comes to an end. It's 88 for 3 at the end of the over. Leeward was punched down too long on a few occasions in her previous over for singles. And the skipper brought the fielder up now to mid on, and no singles punched in that area. So batters looking now to go probably a little bit squarer, which I think is a bit more dangerous to a bowler like Leeward, who's bowling pretty straight and wicket to wicket.
Yeah, correct there. And what could happen here if she continued that straight line, not straying down the leg side? You could see the fall of another wicket very quickly. Because now they don't want to take any chance with Hector there at mid-on. They're not able to go over the top, so they're going to play across the line and looking for those singles in the open gaps on the onside.
So Edwards will continue now into a 7th over, as we mentioned so far. 6 overs, 1 for 20. That's our figures. Doing a 3.3 runs and over. She's calling up the long on as well. So a similar ploy now. Doesn't want to give away the easy single. Probably forcing the batter now to do something different. This one is in the air, but it clears the fielder at mid-off. Should have time for 2. And they take 2 runs comfortably in the end. So as soon as the field comes up, you see there from the skipper that she's looking to go over the top, down the ground.
Very good here by Barbados, who are now in the 90s. 91 for the loss of 3 in over 26. Shot again by Edwards. Won their single on that occasion.
Yeah, didn't time that one. It was there. But mistimed the pull shot. Fielded in the end by Martin comfortably. So
while the bowlers are doing well here, Alan, for the Leeward Islands, still asking the question, well, when would be a good time to see Kiana Joseph, a new bowler, something different?
I don't think we're far from her introduction. I think Edwards is most likely going to bowl all her 10 overs on the trot. I'm not too sure if they will do the same with Leeward, but left to be seen. I think Joseph perhaps will be coming on from that same end. Southern end.
Something that I saw that they did in the previous tournament, the T20 tournament, they never get any batter comfortable. They keep rotating the bowlers as often as possible. But so far, we have seen probably 5 bowlers, different bowlers on show here today, and we are in over number 26. We still haven't seen the likes of Minard and Kiana as yet.
Well, this is the first of the 50 over game, so we'll have to wait to see if the ploy or the strategy in terms of the order of the bowlers is something similar to what you saw in the 20 over competition. But that's very short. Oh, that's in the air, just wide of the fielder, Leeward at mid wicket. A long hop, almost getting a wicket.
Was asked by the skipper to move a bit to her right, just before that ball has been bowled. And if she was looking at the skipper at the time, that would have been an easy wicket there for the Leeward Islands. At the end of over number 26, the score is 95 for the loss of 3 wickets.
So it's a good comeback here from the Barbados women team. As we mentioned, they had lost 2 wickets very early in the piece. And they are now 95 for 3 and a partnership of just over 60 between Comabash and between Comabash and Calendar. And now Aline has joined Comabash, and they have since put on just about 30 runs or so. And as we were speaking about Joseph in the last over, she is now coming on to replace Leeward. As I suggested would be the case, that she'll be bowling from this end.
Yeah, you were spot on that one, and it's really nice to see the introduction of Kiana Joseph, who had a wonderful time with the ball in the just concluded T20. As we saw a quick single taken here, straight to the captain Edwards. Barbados get a move on from 95 to 96. Getting closer and closer to that 100 mark is Barbados in the 27th over.
It's a shot from Joseph, pulled out to the field at deep mid wicket. Single taken. So she will take some time to get her line and then settled. Always quite a jovial side, the Leeward Islands team on the field. Always a lot of laughter.
Well, I was about to ask my earlier co-commentator about that because something that I observed from Kiana, nothing bothers her. She smile for anything. She get ball for without score. She smile. She hit a six. She smile. Take a single. She smile. A ball misfield. She smile. So I think she bring that kind of energy in the Leeward Islands team.
Yeah, definitely very easygoing type of personality. Swan driven uppishly down to the field at mid-on. Doesn't carry to her Hector. Feeling on the bounce. Looking to go over the top. The mid-on and the mid-off are in. So not a bad strategy here from the skipper. To tempt the pair at the wicket into probably giving their wicket away by looking to go down the ground and over the long off and long on.
But what I really and truly think need to do here is get your long on, move from mid on to long on, if you gotta keep bowling that way. But she's going now wide off the stump, which is very important as well. So just hoping that you would not need a sweeper.
Yeah, well, I think what she's doing is she's probably waiting to see them execute a shot, to see what their plans will be in terms of combating what she's doing. For the time being, it's working. Quick single to Anthony. Comfortable. Brings the over to an end. After 27 overs, the score is 98 for 3.
Still itching closer and closer to that 100 is Barbados, who is on 98 for the loss of 3 wickets in over number 27. And to continue proceedings for the Leeward Islands will be Amanda Edwards, I think.
Maynard now being introduced to the bowling.
Well, I said it earlier, and that we might see double change here from both ends of the like of Maynard and Kiana Joseph. And then to the back end, we will probably see the likes of Claxton and Hector back with ball in hand.
Well, Maynard will have to be very careful here with her length. She cannot be at her line as well. She cannot be too leg side. Cannot be too short. She does have a deep square leg, but I think her pace is just a bit less than what we saw from Edwards. So there's a fuller one pushed for a single by Corbash. Takes her now up to 48. So she's nearing her half century. It's a quicker one down the leg side. Seems to be very close to the leg stump because it's not called by the umpire. We know that the rules have recently changed. There's a bit more leeway for the bowler around leg stump.
Well, I was just about to make mention of that. There's a red line that the umpires use now is like a guide. So once it's within that the stump and that guide, the umpires will not call it a wide. As we see a LBW appeal there from Maynard. Not out called by the umpire.
She was quite a bit long way down the pitch. We, from our vantage point, can't tell if she was outside the off stump or not. Perhaps. It's not given by umpire Gustad. Swept firmly, but straight to the field at deep square leg. Only a single. So the field is in place. But those are the type of shots as they go deeper into the innings. If they're still there, then they'll probably be looking to hit those over the boundary.
Well, if you're going to flight it, you're going to be able to have some revs in it. And if there's no revs on offer, this could probably be trouble. Anthony did not pick up cleanly.
No, comfortable single in the end. I mean, I think they have picked the fielder, so they were comfortable. She had to move a few yards to her left. And not the fastest of movers, Anthony. So they were able to get the single comfortably. Full delivery, swung away in the gap, but well fielded by Moses. I think that Aline will be disappointed with that in the end because the gap at deep mid wicket was very inviting. seemed to get it a bit squarer than she would have wanted. And it takes Barbados now up to 102 for 3. The 100 coming up in the 28th over.
Really good partnership going here by the two batters there for Barbados. Aline is on 19 and Kamabach is on 49. One shy away from her half century in this tournament. Good going here by the Bajans. Leeward Islands would definitely love to pick up another wicket here with the likes of Kiana Joseph with ball in hand, who'll be bowling to the captain of the Barbados team.
Looking to use her feet. Gets the single. Have time for 2. No, they don't. Really should have been 2 runs there. Hector does the feeling. But I think that there was some delay in terms of taking the first run, and that hampered the possibility of the second.
Well, with the likes of Hector and they know Hector capability, that ball should have really been stopped by Anthony, but unfortunately Hector backed up well. And seeing Hector rush into that ball, I don't think they really want to take on the arms of Hector.
So Kamabach on 49. Ooh, that's a beautiful delivery there from Joseph. Some bounce. Bit of turn as well.
That is what we could definitely get from the Park Hill pitches here at the Park Hill playing field.
This time they take the single. It should be a tight one. Indian is comfortable, and that's 50. 50 for Najani Kamabach. Promised a lot during the 2020 competition. In the first game of the 50 over competition, we mentioned that it should suit her batting style just a bit more than the 50 overs. And so said, than the 20 over game, and so said, so done. 50 to Kamabach. Good innings.
Well, it's important that she carry on here, Alan, since she have another 21 overs to go. And it's important that she try to bat all 50 overs and try to maximize on what she already achieved there.
She should be thinking that it's an opportunity for her to get as close to 3 figures as possible. And she's repaying the fate that the team has placed in her. So it's short, but it's straight to Maynard in the run. Mixing up her pace is Joseph. Some are slower, some are faster. Some with more flight, some flatter. Ooh, that one had bounce and turn. Delicious delivery.
Yeah, excellent bowling there by Kiana Joseph. But what I would definitely love to see is Kiana bowling from the preschool end. I would definitely love to see a change here for her from ends.
End of over number 29, 104 for 3. So I would now ask you why you would prefer to see her bowling from that end.
Well, after playing several games here, won many that we lost and the majority of spin bowlers taken from the preschool end, and the wind that blowing from the back of you is very, very important. And with the likes of Kiana mixing up her pace, the way that she's doing it, it will be best for her to bowl from the end that we see Maynard is bowling from.
I would agree with you that I think Maynard should be bowling from the opposite end in terms of the off spinner. It would be a bit easier for her. Less pressure to the shorter boundary and with the wind. This one beat the keeper, beat the batter, beating everybody, chase for Anthony. And they get 2 easy runs. So by signal by umpire goes down. So a bit starting to happen here now for the spinners from the wicket as it dries out. As the day progresses and the sun beats down on it, you would see that from the wicket. And I'm saying that even later on today it will be even more difficult to face the spinners.
Well, what will be even more difficult is a ball to beat the wicket keeper, and Anthony have to give chase to the boundary. What I think should have happened here is remove Leeward from her position and replace Anthony there. It will be good for the Leeward Island cricket.
a good length there from the bowler. Maynard played a bit hesitantly from Corbash in the crease. Driven, but straight to the shot mid-wicket fielder.
Now that is the type of flight I was asking Amanda to bowl, and Maynard probably find her line as well as her length. As she give it some more air, appeal, umpire says not out. So that's basically what I'm asking her to do, just give it some more air.
It's two different type of spinners though. Edwards really more of a roller than a spinner. She bowls flat. Doesn't really give the ball much tone. Maynard a bit more conventional in her off spin. Single taken to Hector on the onside. Brings it over to an end. So after 30 overs, the score is 107 for 3. 107 for 3. End of 30 overs. Just getting a bit deeper into this innings. Be a matter of interest in this game to see how these two approach the innings from here on and what type of total Barbados may be thinking of getting from this position. 3 wickets down, 7 in hand. These two well set. And now joining me in the commentary box is Mr. Osner Cato. Good morning to you, Osner.
Good morning again, Alanson. Good morning to our viewers out of Barbados. Also our viewers out of those Leeward Islands as well.
Yes, we are at Park Hill on the eastern side of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Lush surroundings. Short delivery. Just lobbed over the offside. Should have time for 2. And 2 is what they take. But she was totally defeated by that delivery, Corbash. But in the end, just got enough bat to elude Leeward at short extra cover.
It was a short of a length delivery. And as we've seen so far, it doesn't have a lot of pace this wicket. So just playing a bit too early on that occasion, Cumberbatch, and as you mentioned, just getting enough on it to evade Leeward there at extra cover for 2 more runs. This partnership developing quite nicely for the Barbados team. I'm sure they'll be hoping that they can continue in this vein. You mentioned what type of total they'll be looking at. I'm sure 200 would be somewhat of a benchmark.
That's a very good shot there from Corbash. Giving some air from Joseph and just going over the top of the field at mid-off. Skipper Edwards only has to go to retrieve.
A talented young player is Cumberbatch on that occasion, going through the offside aerially. Fielder there at mid-off in the circle. So it was going to be a relatively safe shot, hitting with the anticipated spin as well. And certainly timing it well enough to get another boundary. As she continues her charge here this morning, Nigel Cumberbatch.
Yes, the boundary takes up to 57. Fuller delivery, turn on the onside. It's time for 1. That's all there will be to Moses, who is very fleet of foot. As you mentioned in that Park Hill, there's a bathing sunshine now. A lot of greenery around. This one goes over the top, looking to go down the wicket. I think she didn't get to the pitch, but got enough bat on it to just go over the head of the fielder there at Point Claxton. Some fortune there for Aline.
Looking to go through the offside on that occasion was Aline. Reaching for that one a bit. It was quite wide outside the off, some turning further away. But just got enough bat again to evade the fielder there. Claxton was quite electric in the field. In the end, getting 2 runs, so continue to accumulate these singles and twos, the occasional boundary as well, complementing that sort of rotation of strike. And certainly a good template here for the Barbados team in their quest to put up a competitive total.
31 overs, 115 for 3. Maynard to continue. So we have seen from the Leeward lines a very similar ploy in terms of the order of the bowlers that they utilize when they bowl which bowler to what we saw from them in the 2020 competition. And of course, my question to you, Oznet, is would you have done anything differently than the skipper in terms of the use of your bowlers so far this morning?
We saw the use of our seam bowling options quite early. Utilize of 4 seamers, the last 2 being used quite sparingly, must be said. Then we've seen since then the introduction of spin, persistence of spin, herself, the likes of Maynard, Kiana Joseph, and Leeward. So I think our spinners have been able to exert a degree of control. What you would have liked, though, is perhaps a couple more wickets in this middle phase.
Exactly, and it's almost as if you're waiting for a mistake from the batters. And that's bold. That is the delivery that Maynard was looking for. And I would say that that's excellent bowling from her. Pitching just outside the off stump, coming back. And it's a dream wicket for an off spinner. As she sees the back of the Barbados captain, Aline, 115 for 4.
But in the last couple of overs or so, we have seen captain trying to be a bit more expansive. We saw a couple of shots, just evading the fielders in the circle as well. So Sorting was looking to make a move on. But Maynard, as we have seen from her throughout the T20 tournament, a smart operator on that occasion, getting that ball to turn back into the right-hander and crashing into the stump. So a good breakthrough for her and the Leeward Island team as they look to restrict the Barbados progress.
Yes, probably had that target of 200 in her mind and thinking that in order to get there needs to press a bit more on the accelerator at this point. But one of the things you have to know about this surface is that as you start getting into this section of the day and the spinners in operation, you really have to give them a bit more respect than you may have to somewhere else, because it's a pitch that really is conducive to the spin bowling once the moisture dries out of it.
Indeed so, which perhaps explains the persistence of the spin bowling options utilized here by Captain Edwards. Maynard, once again amongst the wickets. Quite impressive throughout the T20 tournament, someone we spoke about in terms of their level of maturity and control. And she's been able to replicate that sort of bowling form into the start of the CG United 50 over segment.
So it brings Trishan Holder to the crease. Was opening during the 2020 competition, now batting at 6. Bringing in the feelers. Only the feeler at square leg is out. Deep square leg. So good captaincy here by captain for Leeward Islands. One thing that we saw from Holder is that she likes to access the offside. She likes to give room and play through the offside. She has to be very careful with that against the off spin of Maynard. Fuller delivery coming off the inner portion of the bat. So in the midst of a good spell here, Maynard
does give the ball generous flight as well. Gets a bit of drift at times. Consistent bowling action as well for off spinner. Does tend to land them in the areas that she wants most of the time.
So at the end of the over for Maynard, a successful over from her, taking the wicket of the skipper Aline. At the end of 32 overs, it's 115 for 4. Barbados women after being after winning the toss and choosing to bat.
The partnership of 50 between Captain Ali Alain and Cumberbatch, following the previous partnership between Cumberbatch and, of course, Calendar. So a couple of partnerships there, mounting somewhat of a recovery for the Barbados team. They'll be hoping that this partnership as well can take them a bit further into the back end of this innings. The wicket of Cumberbatch crucial for both teams.
It's a bit short there from Kiana. First delivery of this over. But no harm done to her and the scoreboard. This one is Fuller. Invites the drive. It's a big drive from Cumberbatch. I'd say that the breeze was felt all the way over here from that bat swing.
Good bit of bowling, a bit of flight there on that occasion. Cumberbatch looking to replicate what we saw in the previous over. Just to note that there's a change in field as well. So there's no fielder that long off. So she has to be mindful of that, Cumberbatch. If she's going through the offside, she has to aim more in the region of deep extra cover. So certainly a sort of cat and mouse sort of game being played here with Kiana.
So keeping a consistent line and length. Seems to have now settled into her work. Her first over, a few errant deliveries in them. Since then has settled. That one had some turn on it. Coming off the leading edge. And she was looking to punch maybe through mid-wicket.
I think her style of bowling would be suited to this sort of surface, Alans. You mentioned earlier the assistant that is normally given to spinners. The fact that she bowls a bit slower than the other spinners on show allows her the opportunity to get a bit of tone. Something that we've seen in the previous delivery with Cumberbatch looking to walk that one through the onside, getting the leading edge. And thankfully for her, just falling short of the field of that extra cover. But a very good over there from Kiana Joseph, a maiden, as Barbados, they're still a 115 for 4.
Yeah, these two have to take some time now to get acclimatized to the wicket holder. Just coming to the crease. Cumberbatch is set, but she would recognize that she is very important to the fortunes of her team from here on as a set batter. And the advice to her will be that she shouldn't do anything injudicious, and that she should try to bat as deep as possible into this innings holder. The advice would be to just keep the scoreboard ticking, get a single. This one is off the edge, goes down to the vacant third area. Time for 2. Claxton does the fielding. And again, that's something that we said that Trish and Holder looks to do, which is to give room to play through the offside, especially behind square on the offside.
Given what we've seen from her hold over the years, someone who is quite orthodox in terms of her approach, doesn't possess the power of some of her predecessors. Someone who will play the ball in the V, as you said, and of course try to access that offside. The challenge for her is that against the off spinner is always going to be a risky option. So she has to make sure that she gets to the pitch of these deliveries with Maynard getting a bit of tone back into the right-handers.
Yeah, we've seen her being bowled in the 2020 competition, looking to give room to access the offside. So that is also in play with the off spinner in operation. So looking for a big shot. It was a full toss, but not much connection, really landing well short of the field at mid on Martin.
It's something we just spoke about in terms of she doesn't possess a lot of power, Trishan Holder. On that occasion, a full toss, looking to go over the top, not timing it well, and thankfully for her, just falling short of the fielder there at mid on.
So it's a period of pressure being exerted here after the wicket of Aline. Being exerted by the Leeward Islands on the Barbados batters. This one well stopped by Kiana. Straight to her. Punch firmly, but just got down to get her right hand to it. Brings it over to an end. 117 for 4 is the score. As we have drinks here at the Park Hill playing field. We take a short break while the players refresh themselves. Let's welcome back to the Park Hill playing field. Drinks break has just ended. 117 for 4. The Barbados women team after 34 overs. So Joseph will continue to come back. Continues to get that turn away from the right-hander. It's a good delivery. Risky single. Oh my word. I tell you what. That really should have been a wicket for the Leeward Islands. And now you see some trouble here for Clownbash after that quick single. Looks to have pulled up some hamstring issues, or maybe her calf.
A good attempt there as well from Leeward. It was always going to be a matter for releasing that one as quickly as possible. Direct hit, I think, would have done the job for her. She herself is also nursing somewhat of a uncomfortable right arm as the both physios are on the field. Hopefully, both players will be able to recover sufficiently to continue. But it was a delivery just pushed in that region of mid-off, and Leeward there running around from that extra cover region, diving away to the her right, sorry, and picking up, but just not able to hit the stumps from that range, and in the end, a single completed. But as you mentioned, a bit of cramp perhaps creeping into Cumberbatch at this time. She's been there for a while. Currently on 59, in total 118 for 4.
Yeah, Leeward seemed to have fallen quite hard on her right shoulder. She was looking to effect that run out. Some stretching here for the batter, Cumberbatch. So we'll take a short break until we are back live, and the treatment has been applied to both players.
For Leeward. Bowling for Barbados. Barbados definitely have a lot of bowling in their ranks. They have the likes of Connell and so forth.
So Alison Gordon to bowl to Kiana Joseph. This one is in the air, over the top. She gets away with it. Only a single, but Joseph looking to go over the top from ball one.
Yeah, that's Joseph, Kiana Joseph right there, and she will definitely be coming out and going hard. She did not do well in her first 3 encounter of the T20 tournament. In the back end of the tournament, she somewhat come to the party, and she after the mark, unlike the T20 tournament. Alanson?
Yes, brings Claxton now into strike. She's facing up to Gordon. Outside the off stump, beaten, looking to cut. In terms of the field, there's a force slip, there's a short third, there's a backward point, sweeper cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and I feel at deep square leg. So there's nobody in the fine leg region, so she cannot drift onto the pads of Claxton at all. This one is edging. Should have time for 2. I tell you what, a direct hit would have seen the back of Claxton there. Always an easy 2, but I think she was waiting to find out if Joseph was running, but it was always an easy 2.
Yeah, it was definitely easy 2, and I think she had been taking some guidance there from the crowd because as soon as she just turned without even seeing her partner interested in the second one. But all good for the Leeward Islands. They completed 2 runs and they got a total move on to 3.
Well, I tell you what, we haven't seen Joseph run too many 2s in the 2020 competition. It's a good length and line there from Gordon. Well played by Claxton.
Have the lights of Aline as well to come with ball in hand. Some nice gentle medium pace, and this one is up in the air, could be caught and just drop short of the fielder.
It's an easiest of shots to play when you're new at the wicket on this pitch. It doesn't have a lot of pace, and Gordon herself is not bowling with a lot of pace either. And so the two things are against you. Best to play straight, and then when you're in and can judge the pace of the wicket, then you can look to go across the line.
Well, what I could say about Park Hill wicket is important that you bowl wicket to wicket. If you don't bowl wicket to wicket, you could definitely be going for a lot of runs. So it's important. Something the likes of Hector, when she come back in the back end, she bowled approximately 5 deliveries and picked up 2 wickets. And like her first spell, she bowled 5 overs and picked up 2 wickets as well. So she's doing well so far. So what I would like to see here is the bowlers bowl wicket to wicket. You don't have the pace to walk. It is important. You miss I hit.
Yeah, definitely. It's not a quick wicket by any means. And over the years, you have seen that those who have been successful here have challenged the stumps, either getting players dismissed via the LBW route or bowled. Cornell will be opening the bowling with Alison Gardner. So it's their usual opening bowling attack. Cornell, former West Indies pacer, probably making efforts to get back into the team. Who knows? Still young enough to make back the team. She'll be bowling against someone who probably has replaced her, which is Claxton. There's a slip, there's a deep third, there is a backward point, a cover, an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and the deep square leg. So it's the same feel that we had at the other end.
Connell will be bowling up to Claxton. As you talk about replacement with it, Connell will be bowling to Claxton here. And Kiana Joseph is on the non-striker end. At the end of the first over, the total is 4 without loss.
Nice looking shot there. Flowing drive from Claxton. Bit of pace as well from Connell. There's no run as the extra cover fielder does the feelings.
Well, this is something that Kiana Joseph and Claxton will definitely love to be able to face in the first 6 or so overs. Without even losing a wicket, they could probably be in the region of 30-something without loss.
This one comes off the bottom edge. Have time for 1. Not gonna see Joseph take 2 on that occasion. So another run to Claxton. Brings Joseph into strike. She hasn't really faced many deliveries since that first one when she got off the mark. It's a loud appeal. Maybe tailing down the leg side, but enthusiasm there from the Barbados fielders. They know the importance of the wicket of Kiana Joseph. They want to see the back of her very early.
Well, yeah, they will definitely love to see the back of Kiana Joseph heading back in the dugout without troubling the score. She only have 1 run so far of the first delivery, and as you mentioned, she haven't faced much of the deliveries after that.
Good delivery, Yorker length, dug out by Joseph. So Cornell has her tail up, looking to be bowling with some pace. Heavy delivery, as we used to call him, a heavy ball. Just jamming down there, and it was Joseph.
Well, Cornell would not want to stray here. She know how dangerous Kiana is. Anything with width, she will launch into that, so she do not. And this is what I was saying, Alan. It's important that you bowl wicket to wicket, and that is definitely what Cornell is doing here. Very good bowling there by Cornell to Kiana Joseph.
Yes, very good. That's a better length there, what you're seeing from her. That's where she'll want to be. She doesn't want to come too straight because Joseph is extremely strong over the onside. And it's not a big hit at all for somebody like Joseph.
Leeward Islands 5 without loss in over number 2.
It's a single down to the vacant fine leg region. After it is the wicket keeper, holder. Keeps them to 1. Never really a threat of 2 on that occasion.
So at the end of over number 2, the Leeward Islands getting a move on 6 without loss.
Yeah, good over to start from Connell. Her pace was up. Showed very good control as well. Didn't really bowl anything wide or anything too short or any half volleys. So we'll see Gordon to continue. She'll be bowling to Kiana Joseph. Strong wind blowing across the ground from the on side of the batter to the off side. Slow delivery. It's in the air. Excellent catch. That's the end of Kiana Joseph. Well caught by Herbert Mayers. A slow delivery there from Gordon. Joseph was early into the shot. Hit uppishly in the gully region and moving nicely to her right was Herbert Mayers, effecting a good catch.
Yeah, that's a fall of the first wicket for Barbados. Will take that any day. Seeing the back of Kiana Joseph, they will definitely love to see the back of Claxton here. Also, they still have boys to come. They still have the likes of Hector to come. So, and the captain of Amanda Edwards, the Leeward Islands are 1-6 for the loss of 1 wicket in over number 3.
Kiana Joseph dismissed for 1. She was looking to go down the ground for 2. She was looking to go down the ground on that occasion, but just a little bit too early into the shot. We saw the slow delivery there from Gordon. In fact, I think from the side on view, I think you could see that the action was a bit slower as well. But Joseph looking to go down the ground hard, hitting under it, getting the outside edge. And it was a clean and nicely effected catch by Herbert Mayers, just moving to her right and diving low to take the catch as the ball lobbed to the gully region. So the skipper Amanda Edwards replaces Kiana Joseph.
Well, I must say, Alanson, a very, very good catch because you have to be able to time that dive in order to effect that catch. And that's what Mayers have done right there. And the Bajans are happy to see the back once again of Kiana Joseph.
So Gordon continues. She'll be bowling her first delivery to Amanda Edwards, who is facing for the first time in this innings. Another slowish delivery outside the off stump, left alone by Edwards. So a good start, maintaining solid line and length here, Gordon, and what we have also seen from Connell. Having a canine guest on the field, making her way off the field now. Going to continue. So on is down the leg side, wide call. Just losing her line on that occasion.
Steady start here by the Leeward Islands, trying to get to the total of 145 for victory. They are 7-4-1 in over number 3. Batting is Claxton and the skipper Amanda Edwards.
So on his outside the off stump. This time another wide by Gordon. Just struggling a little bit with our line after taking that first wicket. Has to now adjust to the right hander. Struggling just a little bit to get our line to the right hander.
Picking up that first wicket in her spell so far of Kiana Joseph. It's important that you maintain that wicket to wicket line.
This time Edwards just punching it to the field at extra cover, Brathwaite. Gordon doing a job for her team, taking that early wicket and just trying to settle it into her line and length. This one is slower, punch very firmly, but no run.
A lot of the viewers saw these two teams on show the finals of the CG United CWI T20 Women Blaze a few days ago, and they are here again in Park Hill competing for this victory here. So far so good for both teams. The bowlers of the Leeward Islands have done well to restrict Barbados for 144, and with ball in hand now is the Bajans, who are looking to defend that total. Alanson.
Yes, it is a good defense so far. Very early in the piece, but they have taken an early wicket, which would buoy them up, give them some confidence as they go forward. The Leewards do have a formidable top order in particular, but they do bat fairly deep. So they will know, Barbados, that they have just started and they would need to keep taking wickets in order to prevent the Leewards from getting this score. Leewards, on the other hand, would want a partnership between the skipper and the vice captain, both of them at the crease now. Edwards, skipper, and Claxton, the vice captain. They would have to show their leadership now by forging a partnership and getting their team as close to the target as possible.
Yeah, rightly said. As the umpires are looking for some assistance here from the groundsmen. 8 for 1 after 3 overs. Good going here by the Bajans, who are trying to defend that a small total of 144, while Leeward Islands trying to get to that total of 145 without losing too many wickets. At the crease is Claxton and the skipper of Amanda Edwards. With ball in hand for Barbados is Connell, and she'll be bowling to Claxton.
She's caught on ball. Excellent work here by Connell. Claxton just punching this one straight, and Connell taking a very good catch in her follow through.
Yeah, very good here from Connell as well, and seeing the back of Claxton. They will definitely need a rebuilding here for the Leeward Islands, as we see the likes of Boyle, the wicket keeper for Leewards, making her way into the wicket, and she will be there with the skipper Amanda Edwards. And this partnership is crucial here for Leewards if they are to overhaul the total of 145. Alanson.
Yes, Boyce comes out. Good player. Claxton was looking to punch that one straight, but was hitting it too close to the vicinity of Connell, who reacted sharply and took a fine low catch. So Barbados now, I think they will be very confident so far with the early exchanges. It's now 8 for 2 in the middle of the 4th over, as Rennie's Boyce comes out to replace her vice captain Claxton. Just as we mentioned that they need to bat as deep as possible to get as close as possible to the target. And as soon as we said that, then there was a dismissal. So should we stop saying anything?
I don't think we should stop. I think we should continue, because as I mentioned before, both teams play the finals of the T20. Leeward Islands get the better of Barbados in that encounter. Barbados are looking to turn this around for them. The first game of the CG United Super 50 overs tournament, and their tails are up here right now. This is what it meant when you get 2 big wickets in at least successions.
Yeah, that's first delivery to Boyce, comfortably forward. Looking to operate on that fuller length. Not something you see all the time from Connell. Likes to use the middle of the pitch. Don't think conditions here will favor that, no.
I made mention of that earlier, Alanson. Bowling on a wicket here at Park Hill, you need to bowl wicket to wicket. This is where I've been successful as a bowler. Digging ball in the middle of the pitch would not help you.
Yeah, you'd have to go and fetch those. It slows right down once it hits the middle of the pitch.
But lovely day for cricket here at Park Hill.
It's nicely played there from Boyce. Coming forward in the approved manner, bat and pad close together. She does have a good technique for sure. I've been mentioning this throughout, even against the spin bowlers as well. She's very technically equipped.
Contrast to both teams, Barbados at this stage were four overs, 4 runs, 2 wickets. And the Leeward Islands are now 9 runs, 2 wickets. So it's even Stevens here so far.
Yeah, it's a close contest. I think the key thing would be that last column, that wickets column. And as long as Barbados continue to take wickets, they'll be in the game. But once they do not take enough wickets, then the game could go away from them very quickly. That's another wide. So after starting off immaculately, just struggling a bit here now, is Connell. Getting the ball to leave the right-hander, yes, but she has to start it much straighter. There's a steady breeze blowing from the onside to the offside for the right-handed batter at that end.
What you need is that ball to come back into the right-hander.
Yes, that one. Down the leg side, but not called wide. Not delivery.
Very, very important for the bowlers of the likes of Connell to have that swing back into the right-hander. Seam position is very, very important here, Alanson, at Park Hill.
So better line, but well played by Boyce. Not in a hurry, just looking to get herself in the wicket. It's the end of the over. Aside from those wides, there was really no run off the bat, but just airing out with a few wides. So it's 10 for 2 after 4 overs.
Even Stevens here at Park Hill playing field. Beautiful surrounding, beautiful outfield. Spectators are here cheering for both teams. Really, really lovely scenery here.
Alison Gordon will be continuing. Bowling to Edwards, the skipper for Leeward Islands. Slow delivery, but that one is on the wide. Well, that's a full delivery. It's easily put away by Gordon. By Edwards' correction. Really was an errant delivery and it got the treatment.
Well, we made mention of that earlier, and if you don't use the wicket-to-wicket line and you dig in the pitch or even go full toss, it will definitely get the treatment that it deserves. And Amanda Edwards definitely capitalized on that one and getting a boundary for that, which is very important for the Leeward Islands. Take their score up to 14 for 2.
Again, another slow delivery, but well fielded there by the bowler. Driven forcefully by Edwards, who we know packs a punch. It's the ball hard.
Well, both batters there, we saw them in the T20 tournaments and they have been doing well, exceptionally well for the Leeward Islands with the likes of Hector and others.
So on the slow delivery. When she bowls a slow delivery and it pitches, it almost just totally dies off the wicket. So I think that's what she's looking for, but on that occasion earlier in the over, she just over-tossed it a bit.
The line and the length is very, very important here at Park Hill, otherwise you will be gone out the park.
This time it's over the top. Should be 2. Doesn't really time it. You'll only get 1, boys, not the most mobile between the wickets.
Struggling here as well again is Cumberbatch Alanson. She picked up an injury while batting, and I'm really and truly surprised to see Cumberbatch back on the field, knowing that she will have a lot of running to do.
Yeah, that's one of the things with the Leeward Islands top order. They do have power, but then they would miss some runs with the running between the wickets.
I think on that occasion, Boyce is just getting a feel of the wicket, because that one was mid-pitch And with the likes of Amanda, who crack a good punch, she would have taken that one somewhere closer to the school.
Well, Boyce hasn't really come off the mat just yet, so I think she's looking to get herself in. She's forward. Keeps that one out in the approved manner. The score, the Leeward Islands in pursuit of 145. After 5 overs, they are 15 for 2.
Connell is back with ball in hand, searching for her second wicket. Leeward is 2 wicket down. Connell is doing well so far for Barbados. 15 for 2 after 5 overs. Connell with her third, still searching for her second wicket.
Edwards, the type of player who stands tall. She's tall. Doesn't really crouch too much at the crease. Looks to take advantage of anything short, in particular by standing tall on the back foot, punching or pulling. She's ball all over the place. Top delivery there from Connell. She was in no position to play that delivery, Edwards, and that's the end of her. It's the second wicket for Connell, and it's now 3 down for the Leeward Islands.
Well, I was about to say her first delivery from Connell, she was a bit late on it, and this one even came a little bit later. Hence the reason why she bowled top of middle stump, and really good going here from Barbados. The Leeward Islands 3 down for the total of 15, still in need of 130 runs for victory.
It will bring Shanisha Hector to the wicket. And you think that after these two, maybe the last recognized batters, top order. Paps Martin, who we saw play a good innings in one of the previous games. So there's not a lot of batting to come. So there's a lot of responsibility now on the pair at the wicket.
Well, from what I saw of Hector, she's not going to be the person to try to rotate. She's normally a player from the T20. What I saw, she tends to go from ball 1. So we are hoping that she realizes a 50 over contest, and no, her team is 3 down. And if they do have a partnership anyway in the regions of 70, 80 runs, they could be victorious in this encounter. If they don't have that, then they could come second fiddle to the Bajans.
Yes, and with the spinners to come, you don't want to give all the wickets away to the pacers. The spinners will be a challenge later on this afternoon as the wicket becomes drier. So it's driven down the ground, and it will challenge the boundary, but it won't get there. Skipper Aline just pulls it back inside the boundary, and 2 runs. Being beckoned by the bowler to get the ball in, because they know that Ronnie's Boys is not running very quickly. But 2 runs comfortably taken in the end.
Well, as I made mention earlier, that Hector is not a person to take to do the ones and the twos. She gotta be in full flight 1 to get the maximums and the boundaries.
This one has gone 4 runs from Hector. Just 2 straight, punch firmly over the wide mid on area for 4.
The Leeward Islands is getting a move on with the score now on 21 for the loss of 3 wickets. Hector new to the crease, facing her second delivery, moves on to 6. Boyce is still there. Really could go in by Hector, who we know she's not going to be a person to take singles. But if they do get out the wicket of Hector here now, the Leeward Islands will be in sort in trouble.
So on a slow delivery, walk to square leg. Easy single, don't be more than that. Fielder gets the ball in. And that's what they will be. So brings Ronnie's boys back into strike. Hector has added some impetus to the batting, having come to the crease. Well played there by Boyce. It's 22 for 3 after 6 overs.
So at the end of the 6 over, the score is 22 for the loss of 3 wickets. Batting here for the Leeward Islands is Boyce, the wicket keeper for Leeward, and Hector, who are doing well so far for Leeward Islands. 7 so far from her first 3 deliveries. She will be on strike for the 7th over.
Yeah, we will have a change of bowling. Skipper Aline is going to take over the bowling from Gordon. She'll be bowling now to Shanisha Hector. There's a sweeper cover out. And there's a deep square leg. So those are the 2 fielders outside of the circle. There's a slip. There's a very deep gully, or you could say a short third man. There's a backward point, an extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, and mid-wicket. Excellent effort there from Ali. This one was driven back to her by Hector. She was airborne, got the fingertips with, but just wasn't able to haul it in. Would have been an exceptional catch.
Yeah, very good there from the skipper of Barbados, Aline. Should have been an easy one on the rebound, but unfortunately it was a bit too far from her. And Hector is going hard here for the Leeward Islands with the score on 22 for the loss of 3. Leeward Islands tracing a total of 145 for victory, while Barbados still looking for 7 more wickets.
One is wide down the leg side. Well taken by keeper Holder. Wide signal now by umpire Patrick Gusta. Yes, you mentioned that Hector, she's very belligerent with the bat. You don't want to see the back of her Barbados, and the Leewards would want her to bat for as long as possible, because the game could be quite over quite quickly if she's there for any length of time. This one is in the air, and she's caught at mid-wicket off the inner portion of the bat. Excellent catch there by Alison Gordon. Hector goes, and that's another nail in the coffin there, I would say, for Barbados, because that's a massive wicket.
I don't think there is 1 nail in the coffin. I think there is like 6 nails in the coffin there. I think Hector should have played this game accordingly. She already 3 wickets down. You are chasing a score of 145. You are 23 for 3. Now became 23 for 4. And asking yourself the question, Hector, who are the other batters to come? You are there, forget about who is in the dugout and try to bat as deep as possible.
Yeah, I appreciated the positive approach, but you still have to be a bit cautious. She was looking to drive several times on the upfield, which is what she was doing on that last occasion. So it's not the easiest shot to execute, especially when you're new at the wicket. When she's set and has been batting for some time, then you'd expect her to middle more of those. But it's good thinking from the captain, and excellent captain. See how change has worked as Faith Martin comes out to replace. Tanya Martin comes out to replace Shanisha Hector.
So Martin and Boyce at the wicket. The Leeward Island will definitely need some rebuilding here. 23 for 4. Boyce is yet to get off the mark. Been there for a while. New to the crease is Martin. So both batters are yet to score. 23 for 4. Leeward Islands chasing a total of 145 for victory. We are in the 7th over. The Bajans have seen 4 of the better batters for the Leeward Islands back in the hut. Not much to come. Boyce is still there. Martin is there. How much more can the Leeward Islands get to overhaul this total?
Full delivery there from Aline. That's a very long run up. At certain points, seems as if, especially on a pitch like this at Parking, where there's a large incline to come up the hill at the end. It's look like if her rhythm isn't what it may be elsewhere, as she comes up that last incline there, but a long run up from the edge of the circle. It's a loud appeal. It's stifled in the end by the bowler. It may have come off the inside edge, or may probably just heading down the leg side.
It's just an appeal and hoping that the umpire raises his finger, because you realize they pull out at the end of the appeal. So good decision there by the umpire. 23-4 Leeward Islands. The Bajans is rolling all over Leeward Islands here at a Park Hill playing field.
Thinking of the quick singer, but she's batting with Boyce, so I don't think that one would be on.
No, we all know Boyce is not the quickest of the lads, and the likes of Anthony as well. So you got to be mindful of who you are running with. Martin may have get down the other end, but not Boyce. Good going here from Barbados. 23-4 Leeward Islands.
Another drive, still no run. I think she's looking to get the scoreboard moving, but she has to be mindful of who she's batting with. You know, those quick singles are not on. And that's the end of the over. At the end of the over, the score is Leeward Islands women chasing a target of 145. They are 23-4 after 7 overs.
Not a bad going here by the Leewards with the bat. They are 23-4. In contrast to the Bajans were 14-4-2. Leewards have lost 2 more wickets than Barbados at this stage. As we see, Cornell continues. She'll be bowling to Boyce. Still searching for her 3rd wicket.
So Cornell continues. This one down the leg side. Not called wide by umpire Brown. We mentioned earlier in commentary that there's a bit more leeway now for the bowlers down the leg side. Those red lines and the blue ones are for outside the off stump. But they're just a bit, the red lines are just a bit further away from the stumps than the little white marker used to be. That was there previously. Umpire just assisting Tanya Martin with some adjustments to her helmet. Umpire Brown. So there's a slight pause in play.
Well, I am talking about the red line, Alan. So I'm one of the person who are happy that that red line has gone there, because sometimes a ball could barely just inches away from the stump, and you put your hand on your head saying, "Ooh, how that didn't bowl," and then to see the umpire signaling wide, you know, what should have could have been a wicket. You still have to go bowl over that delivery.
Well, you're a bowler, Rajiv, so I don't expect you to do anything but agree. But we will agree that, for one thing, that there needs to have been some kind of leveling of the balance between bat and ball in the white ball game. I mean, bowlers really were almost becoming as basically cannon fodder as Boyce gets that single. So Boyce is off the mark after some time in the middle with that single to square leg. Martin defends this one. Bit of a jerky defense, but keeps it out. Seemed to be surprised by the pace at the end there.
Good going by Martin here. It remind me of watching boxing Allenson. Making sure that she pop that punch and everything stays on her corner. But good going here from Barbados. Leeward Islands 24-4-4 in the 8th over. Batting is Martin and Boyce.
This one is flipped nicely through mid wicket, but interesting technique. Lifted up the right leg, and Boyce, she's able to take 2 on this occasion. Really went very close to the boundary. Well timed and well played by Martin. They scored 20 odd in one of the games. I think it was in the game against Barbados in the T20 competition. Scored about 24 also in that game.
Well, I think on this occasion she definitely need to double that, because they're chasing a total of 145. You had 20 added in one of the T20, so you need to at least get a 50 here for your team and see your team over the line.
Yes, I do agree with you. They need to have a big partnership. Both players need to set their stall out for the rest of the innings. Barbados will want to keep taking wickets though to avoid that. She has a lot of antics at the crease. Tanya Martin. Should be quite interesting to see the remainder of 4 innings. Very exaggerated movements at the crease.
I'm looking at it, Alanson. I just think that Connell is hitting that bat so hard.
Connell, an imposing figure. Very strong. Has a bit of pace, as you mentioned. Played several years for the West Indies. Took the new ball over those years as well. Has her tail up in this innings as well. It has taken several wickets, so definitely confidence will be high and the rhythm is looking good. Aline will continue to Boyce.
Well, if you're looking to get the better of your opponent who have just put you into a second place position in the just concluded T20 tournament, this is the game to do so. So getting the better of Leeward Islands here today will boost and do well for the Bajans' confidence.
Yeah, just wide on the left side there from Aline. I don't think her rhythm is the best from that end. I think that those last 3 yards, that incline is quite drastic, and she's struggling with that just a little bit. Just about now. It's a full toss, driven uppishly. It's well fielded by Connell. Bounces a few yards in front of her. Really should have done better with that one, boys.
Good going here by Barbados. 26-4, Leeward Islands in the 9th over. Bowling is skipper Aline to Boyce.
This one she gets behind square on the onside. Should only be 1. And that is all there will be.
Looking at the way Boyce is batting, Alanson, I'm asking if the other batters are to bat around Boyce as she play those kind of, she only picking up the singles and so forth, while the other batters trying to go hard.
Well, that is all they need. They need less than 3 runs and over from the beginning. That's what they needed. So there's a lot of pressure in terms of the run rate, but they needed to make sure that they had some partnerships. And so that's now imperative, having gone 4 wickets down.
Told you, Alanson, the bowlers are hitting that bat real hard. Very, very hard to Martin, who is on 2. Think you're more looking at the gaps than the ball, Alanson.
Nice looking drive from her. She'll get an easy single in the end. But yes, the bat is hitting the ball is hitting the bat hard, but her bat is also hitting the ball quite hard because it seems to be leaving her bat nicely so far since she's been there.
Yeah, it appears she have a very good bat once if she get it in front of her. But if she don't get it in front of her, it seems like it putting her in a lot of trouble.
Seems to be a bit more comfortable with the fuller length and the shorter deliveries. Boys, this time she's out straight to extra cover. And after toiling so hard and so long, looking to go over the top, just skewing an easy catch to defeat that extra cover. That's the end of Renice, boys. That's the 5th wicket down for the Leeward Islands. And they're now really staring down the barrel here, Rajiv.
Staring down the barrel is more like opening the barrel and look to see what it's inside. And as I asked the question before, if the other batters are to bat around boys, playing that loosely shot that she tried to play there and get herself out. As we see the likes of Minard coming to partner with Martin. 28 for the loss of 5 wickets, and we are still within 10 overs of the Leeward Island batting innings. They just need a total of 145 for victory.
Yeah, this is always a potential with the way that the Leewards have their teams set up because they do have a lot of very aggressive batters, but if you lose a few early wickets, because they tend to go so hard at the bowling, that's always a possibility that you could be 3 or 4 wickets down in no time. And so maybe they need to rethink the approach, or maybe just break up the aggression at the top just a little bit, hold 1 or 2 back down at number 6 or 7. Maybe think of something a little bit different tactically as they go forward.
Well, the senior stateswoman that Hector is, I am a bit surprised that she came out and played those shots when her team is 3 wickets down, and she knows she's basically one of a person who they looked up to, hoping that she would have able to bat deep and bat deep as possible, take the responsibility on her shoulder and put up her hands and say, I'm gonna grab this with both opportunities, stay my team to victory. But unfortunately, they are 5 down now for the score of 25 in the 9th over.
It's a slight delay here. Selman actually going to bowl. Haven't seen her bowl much. She didn't bowl much in the 2020 competition at all. Basically was played as a batter. But we know that she's an all-rounder, Shakira Selman. So just about to bowl her first over today, Shakira Selman. So that's the first delivery from Selman. We see that Holder is up to the wicket. She's not as quick, definitely not as quick as Connell. But a good line and length to start off so far.
In comparison, at this stage, Barbados were 25 for the loss of 2 wickets, while the Leewards are 28 for the loss of 5 wickets.
Yeah, so that's the difference there. You did have that 60 plus 3rd wicket partnership between Cumberbatch and Calendar and Cumberbatch. That really dug them out of a hole at that point. Oh, that's a wonderful delivery. That one squared up, leaving off the pitch. Caused some excitement among the Barbados fielders and those close to the wicket in particular.
It's all seam bowling here from Barbados, picking up 5 wickets, 5 of the Leeward Islands wickets so far, and still searching for the 6 wickets.
It's pulled away by Martin. Doesn't find the gap. She's a very busy player, though. Always looking to score.
28 for 5 in the 10th over. Leeward in a spotter body here at Park Hill playing field. Barbados doing well.
Again, you see that technique, almost a jab forward defensive shot. And after she plays it, she just comes out of the shot.
Well, I think what I'm from observation, I think once the ball hit the bat, she's looking for any run that is on offer, which is really good. But she had to be very, very careful and make sure her partner at the other end knows that what she's about to do.
This time she holds her pose. Well played by her. Brings it over to an end. And Leeward Islands at the end of 9 overs, they are 28 for 5. 28 for 5. Actually, that's the end of 10 overs. So at the end of 10 overs, Barbados 28 for 5. Aline to continue. Defended down the wicket by Maynard. As I welcome back Mr. Osnet Kato into the commentary box. Good afternoon to you, Osnet.
Good afternoon to you, Alonso. Good afternoon to all our viewers. Lots of action so far in this reply from the Leeward Island team. Now we expect them to be action-packed, but I'm sure they'll be disappointed that they have lost so much wickets so early in the piece. This one is an appeal from the Barbados, quite hopeful. Seem to be heading down the leg side.
Yeah, loud appeal. It wasn't a prolonged appeal. It was stifled just at the end. Maynard taking several wickets during her bowling stint. You'll have to put in a very good all-round performance if the Leeward Islands are to overhaul this total today.
Indeed so. I'm not sure she would have been expected to be at the wickets so early in the piece into over number 11. Hitting this one uppishly straight to Connell. In fact, straight to Selman actually. Just a correction. Cumberbatch coming across there and taking that wicket quite comfortably in the end. But another wicket goes for the Leeward Islands. Reeling here, certainly on the back foot in response to this 145 for victory. They're now up to 28 for 6.
Yes, 28 for 6. Leeward Islands really in some deep trouble now. Almost seems as if they haven't really come out of T20 mode just yet. Still in T20 mode. But they are all of 300 deliveries in 50 overs. As the new batter comes out to the crease. Anthony, sorry.
Continue to lose wickets here quite regularly, the Leeward Island team. No semblance of any sort of partnership so far in the innings. A couple of the players have threatened at times in terms of their attacking stroke play, but just hasn't been any sort of sustained batting effort from the Leeward Island players. Not a huge total by any means, but just need somewhat of a partnership. This one is on the line of the leg stump. Should get pretty close to the boundary. Opportunity for a second. And they'll get it quite comfortably as Herbert Myers makes her way around. He gets the throw back into the wicket keeper. Leg by signal there by the umpire.
Yes, Anton just coming out to the crease and just that delivery on the leg stump. Not able to make contact, but coming off the pads for easy two. They need to keep the scoreboard ticking over. The required rate isn't high, but they need to pick up the singles. And that's what has been lacking so far in this innings. Has been a boundary or wicket.
Almost an all or nothing sort of approach from the Leeward Island batters so far. Looking for those big shots a bit too early in their innings. We spoke about the relatively slow nature of the wicket itself. It's not the type of wicket where you'll be able to put through the line quite consistently. And we've seen a couple of dismissals so far showing the Leeward Island batters looking to be a bit too positive, a bit too early in their innings.
Agreed.
Going across the line, a loud appeal. And heading down the leg side again. Alain in the middle of a very good spell. Picking up 3 wickets so far. And certainly leading from the front, the captain.
Yes, good spell so far from Alain. I think she would have been disappointed by her dismissal when she was batting. Got a good delivery from Davern Maynard. However, I think that she was thinking that at that time, if I had stayed out there with Cornbash, that we could have gotten more. And probably thinking that she owes her team some wickets, and she has come in to the attack and has really bowled with a plum.
Quite experienced at this level now, Captain Alain. So certainly knows what is required in terms of this particular situation. Wickets obviously crucial, especially defending such a low total. 144 Barbados made all out. If you're now joining us after winning the toss. Leeward Island struggling in response. 30 for 6, yes, 30 for 6 into over number 12 now. 2 players at the crease, Martin and Kimberly Anthony. Certainly a partnership needed at this stage. Barbados, on the other hand, will be looking to continue to take these wickets and peg back the Leeward Islands charge further. Shakira Selman once again continuing.
I think what Selman will be looking to do, just bowl wicket to wicket. Threaten the stumps at all times. She's not bowling quickly. So I think that her aim will be to dismiss the battle, LBW or bowl. With that wicket to wicket line.
Looking back at the Leeward Islands, Alonso, it was always going to be a challenge in terms of how the Leeward Island players, the batters, especially how they're going to cope with this longer format of the game. We saw their attacking instincts throughout the 2020 tournament, but just needed to be a bit more selective, given the fact that there's quite a few more overs in this format of the game, as this one is walked down to deep square leg for another single.
Yeah, that one seemed to be a bit of a slow delivery. She was into the shot a bit early, but used her bottom and just roll over it. Kept it down. So single taken. Yeah, as we look into the game, you mentioned that there's probably an opportunity for them to change their approach just a bit after losing the first few wickets. But they continue to go hard. Has put them in this position now where they're almost out of the game. Not mathematically out, but definitely by probability. Out of the game after only the first power play. So it's not a good position for you to be in as a team. But they have shown in previous games in the 2020 competition they do have a lot of determination and should not be counted out. This one is out, LBW. Anthony was looking to go across the line. And straight delivery, Selman bowling wicket to wicket. And we mentioned that she's looking for LBWs and balls, and that's what she got.
All of her experience coming to the forefront there from Shakira Selman. We saw Anthony attempt that shot a couple of times now without any sort of success. Umpire perhaps across the line, and an easy decision in the end for the umpire. So 7 wickets goes down now for the Leeward Island team really struggling here in this reply as the total up to 31 for 7.
It brings Leeward to the crease, Roselle Leeward. Leeward, the off spinner. So you're getting down now to really the tail of the battle. A lot left on the shoulders of Tanya Martin if they are to get anywhere near to these runs. But they continue to pick up wickets with regularity, the Barbados team, and that keeps denting any progress that Leewards can see in the near future.
Well, Martin is the last recognized batter, you would say. She will need to play a similar innings to Cumberbatch. Just looking at that forced delivery. Sorting doesn't suggest a lot of permanence.
No, doesn't have the best batting technique. Does Leeward. Determined with the bat, but definitely the type of bowling that will challenge them.
Quite interesting also that so far we've seen Barbados employ their seamers. And so far it's claimed to be quite successful. Swinging across the line, a bit of will onto this one, races across the outfield, and a bungy there for Leeward.
Yeah, she's an interesting character, Roselle Leeward. We mentioned earlier on air that we saw from Kiana Joseph that she's smiling at every situation. And it seems to be something that has passed on to the team. But Leeward seems to be the heart of the team in terms of entertainment and gene up the team and so on. And even this situation, just coming and saying, well, bowler, I might be on the tail end, but I'm going to give you back some.
Bit of a counter punch there from a Leeward Island perspective. They'll need quite a few more of those if they are to challenge this total. 145 for victory. 35 for 7. Doesn't make for happy reading if you're a Leeward Island fan. In the back of that triumphant T20 championship, I'm sure they would have been hoping that they can start this 50 over segment in a better way.
Well, who knows? It might be that this is a wake-up call for them. They may have thought that, it's just more of the same. Just keep doing it longer, but it's a different format, and at times, well, I wouldn't say at times, but you definitely have to change your tactics for the 50 over version. And also your approach. So personnel may be the same. But the tactics have to change.
Gone continues there from the southern end. Quite a buoyant crowd here at the Parquet playing field as expected. Never a dull moment with spectators on show. This one is hit uppishly again from Martin, but well set is the field. Connell comes in and limited the batters to a single. There are quite a few supporters to our right, pretty close to the commentary box here. So viewers might be hearing a little bit of chatter in the background. Nothing too malicious, I must say.
No, just getting a bit vociferous. I want to see more of a competition between the two teams.
It's hitting this one again, Leeward. Timing it well enough to get it into the gap. Should get a second as Connell comes around again to do some work on that long on boundary. Leeward certainly not holding back in no half measures really. Such has been the effort so far from the Leeward Island team.
Yeah, it's an approach that is fraught with danger. It can work, but when you lose a few with all the wickets, unless you have a very long batting lineup, it can come back to bite you.
Swinging again. And this time around, not timing it as well. Coming back for a second. Bit of excitement created here. There's a bit of pressure being placed on the Barbados fielders. Gordon there. Not able to gather cleanly enough. In the end, can't prevent the second.
It would have been a very close two if she had got it cleanly, if she had fielded that one cleanly, gone. It just fumbled a bit. And the crowd just letting Martin know that she should run her bat into her crease when she's getting to the crease. Just ran through the crease on that occasion.
The attacking instinct so far of Leeward has prompted somewhat of a change. We're now seeing the fielder back at long off and long on. Moral victory to some extent. Oh, she's swinging this one through the onside. Quite unorthodox, but effective, to say the least.
Yeah, like that term, moral victory. It always makes me laugh. Because there's only one victory in sport. It's the one who wins the game.
Exactly so. This one is short and walked neatly into the onside from Martin. Martin, a player who came into the latter stages of that T20 championship, does have some batting ability. Some show as long as she's there, Leeward Islands will rest their hopes, however slim they may be, on this partnership, taking them somewhere close to the promised land. So it's the end of the 12th over, and at the end of it, Leeward Islands, they are 41 for 7 here at the Parquet playing field. Shakira Selman it is to continue proceedings from that northern end. Looking to finish off things here for the Barbados team. Don't want this partnership to blossom to any extent. Partnership of 11, so still in its infancy stages. But they've been able to walk the ball into the gaps, something that the top order struggled to do to some extent. And of course, we saw that bungle in the last over from Leeward. So a tidy little partnership, just bringing a little bit of impetus, it must be said, to the Leeward Island batting effort.
Yes, definitely energizing the crowd as well. Interesting technique you see there from Leeward. It really just stands up out of her stance and hits the ball. Whether she's on the front or back foot is determined probably just by the leaning of the upper part of her body.
It's the type of technique that growing up, batting without pads, you would employ. Trying to get your feet out of the way to allow those hands to come through. Once again, that is it. But straight to the fielder there at backward point. Elliott it is, the leg spinner. So it was entertaining while it lasted. But it's another wicket going down again for the Leeward Island team. Shakira Selman once again, all of her experience coming to the forefront as she takes the 8 wickets. 8 wickets, for Leewards. They're up to 43 for 8.
It's a good wicket there for Selman. Between the wickets, she's just bowling wicket to wicket as we mentioned before. Varying her pace, slow deliveries from time to time. Leeward looking to go down the ground and just get in the outer portion of the bat. Easy catch for the fielder at point, who just came around and completed it with a lot of time And that was Keeler Elliott feeling on that occasion. As the new batter comes to the crease, Moses batting at number 10. So we're really down now into the lower order.
Certainly the low echelons in terms of batting competence. Only a matter of time, it appears. Just to give you an update in terms of the other games. Game between Guyana and Jamaica. Guyana 69 for 4, just chasing that paltry total of 76 set by Jamaica earlier. Not the best of batting efforts there from the Jamaican team. And in terms of Windward Islands versus Trinidad and Tobago, Windward Islands, they made 225 for 7, led by Janila Glasgow 73. And Trinidad and Tobago now in response, they're 51 for 3. But here at the Park Hill playing field, match between Barbados and the Leeward Islands. Barbados won the toss, batted first, only could muster a total of 144 all out, led by Cumberbatch, who was not out on 73. And in response so far, not the best of response from the Leeward Island team, struggling as they've lost consistent wickets, 43 for 8. Batting is Moses and Martin.
Yeah, and it's a pity because right now you have perfect conditions for cricket. Ground bathed in sunshine, azure blue skies, and from where we are, which on your screen would be about extra cover also, we're also looking at the blue Atlantic Ocean in the distance. So wonderful conditions here and scenery for cricket in the rural part of St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Certainly good batting conditions. But as we alluded to on a number of occasions today, it's all about getting set, getting used to the conditions. A lot of the batters on show today really failed to get used to conditions and as a result lost their wickets in the process. Slight hold up here as Moses checking her headgear.
Yeah, maybe just be having a bit of a struggle with it. In some cases, these headgear that the teams have, they're not personal gear. Sometimes some adjustment has to be made when sharing the headgear with others. Of course, as they go up the levels in the cricket, you make more money, so you have your own stuff.
Indeed so. I'm talking about going up a level in terms of South Africa versus West Indies. West Indies earlier 173 for 7. South Africa in response 68 without loss, 6 overs. So 68 runs scored in the power play. Not the best of bowling effort in terms of the response there from the West Indies team.
Yeah, that would always be the problem with West Indies. While the batters may get a bit of a score in this T20, based on the side that they have in this 2020 competition that's coming up, bowling looks quite appetizing in terms of looking from the other sides.
And I think that's something that we spoke about off air in terms of the sameness to the attack. No sort of variety really. If you look at the makeup of the bowling, we have the likes of Moti, Hussein to left arm options, and then we have a succession of right arm medium pacers doing basically the same thing. So I think that's one of the challenges that West Indies would face in this T20 World Cup in terms of, are they able to limit batters who are set? Are they able to bowl on some of these good batting surfaces that we know exist in parts of India? So it's always going to be a challenge. And whilst we hope for the best for the team from the Caribbean, we obviously can see the challenges that lies ahead.
Yeah, and you also think that you need to be making scores of around 200 in these games as well. I don't think 172 for 7 is good enough. So this is something that they'll have to get rectified as they move into the World Cup.
Well, you're not missing any cricket at this time. Mentioned Moses just doing a bit of an adjustment to her headgear. Should have play restarting any time now. as the crowd here continues to be quite vociferous.
Well, they're enjoying their cricket. Neutral crowd, not in support of any of the teams, but just want to see good cricket. And I think want to see more cricket as well, as Leewards are 43 for 8. They might be thinking that they may have an early afternoon. So they are encouraging the Leewards to do a bit better so that the game can be prolonged. And the enjoyments that they are experiencing at this time can be prolonged. You can hear them. They're having a whale of a time.
Spoke about the fact that you expect the crowd to grow as the day progresses. Obviously a working day, a school day as well. Bit of a misfeel, and Cumberbatch not able to gather cleanly enough to effect the run out. Bit of a mix up there between these two, but in the end as well that ends well.
It brings you over to an end at the end of over number 14. The score is 43 for 8. So they're up with the rate that they require. They needed just under 3 runs and over at the beginning. They are just going at over 3 runs and over. But 8 wickets down, that's really unfortunate for the Leeward Islands team. And it says a lot that they have lost 8 wickets in only 14 overs. As we said before, they may have to rethink this approach. Can't say, well, this is the way we go and we keep going. But you have to play the conditions as well. And the opponent and the scoreboard.
Indeed so. Seeing a change in bowling from that southern end. It's going to be Herbert Myers to come into the attack. She has a long on, a long off. Cover extra, cover backward point. Feel that short, fine leg. And the deep square leg. So a couple of feelers on the boundary. And also some feelers within the circle as well. Looking to maintain the pressure exerted by her predecessors.
This one seemed to have just come off probably the glove onto her face. Or no, she's getting rid of the helmet as she's facing the spinner. Some of the players in the tournament have expressed that they're not accustomed to batting in helmets, 1 or 2 of them. So something that they need to be doing at the lower levels if they want to play at the higher levels. So you get accustomed to using it because it's mandatory once the paces are on.
Need so. How about Maya, someone we saw in that T20 tournament? Good operator, consistent operator as well. Does give the ball generous air at times. None of those young players coming through for Barbados.
She does bowl a good line, a good length. She does not give much away. We saw her in the 2020 competition extracting a lot of turn and bounce at Arnesville. And this wicket should suit her as well.
This one is punched down the ground for a single. It's the time of the day where the spinners will come into their own, as you mentioned, as the sun continues to beat down on this wicket. Does offer some assistance for those spinners, those persons willing to give the ball a few revs. We saw Devonique Maynard earlier on getting a bit of assistance. A couple of deliveries, typical off spinners deliveries, bowling the batters through the gate. This one is a bit flatter there from Herbert Myers.
Yeah, the field is quite spread for the new batter. Not sure that I would have the field so spread for the number 10. Don't think she'll be going too hard at the deliveries just yet. But you never know. As the over comes to an end, it's 44 for 8 after 15 overs.
And the Leeward Islands continue to meander along, really. Quite a sedate start. CD, it's that largely due to their consistent loss of wickets. They're not being able to consistently score as well. So, game just petering out into somewhat of a lull, really, in terms of the Leeward Islands. Looking to muster as much as they can get, albeit it's a very difficult situation to be in. Barbados perspective, the introduction of their spinners now into the attack, as we're seeing Elliott, the leg spinner, being introduced.
Yeah, she wasn't introduced as early in the 2020s, but definitely now I think in the 50 overs she'll have to do a lot more bowling in this version. And that's something that you've seen from her. She will get some turn, she will get some bounce. And I think that she'll enjoy bowling at Park Hill.
Indeed so. It does give the ball enough revs to get some sort of assistance from the wicket. Can be a little inconsistent at times in terms of those full-length deliveries, and at times a bit too short. It's something that you'd expect from leg spinners, a difficult art to perfect.
Yeah, sometimes that's the case. As one of the other fielders, the captain Aline, comes in now to the circle with Moses on strike. So something that we wanted to see more of in the previous over. I also would probably bring in this deep square leg, leave the deep mid wicket out.
Let's also slip into position now. It's this sort of balance to the attack that really propelled the Barbados to the finals of that T20 championship. In fact, both teams have a good combination of pace and spin options.
It's a wonderful delivery from Elliott. I think Barbados bowling is actually stronger than their batting. Or it was stronger than their batting in the T20. I think now that you have the longer version, some more of their players may be a bit more comfortable, the batters, with the longer version.
This one is a full toss once again, the second being served up this over. But just getting it out to deep square leg there is Moses. A couple of yards to her left or right would have resulted in a different accumulation of runs, but as it is, just a single.
So the feel right now there's a point, a sweeper cover, extra cover, mid off, long on, deep mid wicket. So there's a mid wicket in the circle and a deep square leg and a short find for Tonya Martin.
And it's the end of the first over completed from Elliott. And Leeward Islands, they're up to 46 for 8.
Yeah, I don't think they would have any thoughts now of winning the game, Leeward Islands. But if you're in their situation batting now, Osnet, what do you think they should be saying to each other, and what could they get out of a situation like this as the batters at the crease and they want to come?
Well, we have seen stranger things happen on a cricket field. It's about taking it into perhaps blocks of 5 over intervals. Mentioned that the required run rate is nothing near the realms of impossibility. So it's just a matter of just batting and perhaps frustrating the Barbadians to some extent. Get some singles going. And you never know. Partnership of 30, 40, reaching in that region of 80, 90, then it could cause a bit of panic for the Barbadians. But it's just a matter of batting as much of these overs as possible and trying to make it as difficult for the Bajans.
Okay, thank you for those comments. I see here that, but she's bowling the top of off stump length. Just around there. So it's not a step and hit length. Similar length to what you saw from Kiana Joseph. Not many of the Barbadian batters were able to use their crease to get to it. And in this case, she's bowling at the last of the batters for the Leeward Islands down at the lower order.
This time getting a bit of an edge down to that short third man region. Elliott it is, comes around, limits the batters to a single. It's doing it quite slowly here, the Leeward Islands, in contrast to what we saw at the start of the innings.
Yeah, definitely there's a contrasting approach.
Ooh, once again, a bit of tone for Herbert Myers. Looking to go through the offside there was Martin, getting the inner portion of the bat. Thankfully for her, just evading the leg stump. Afforded the opportunity for another single. Just to confirm that Guyana have managed to successfully chase that total of 76 against the Jamaicans. And of course, in terms of the other game, Trinidad and Tobago versus Windward Islands. Trinidad and Tobago struggling somewhat, 56 for 6. But struggling here at the Park Hill playing field is the Leeward Islands, as they are on quest to chase 145 for victory. They are now at 49 for the loss of 8. And while the players take a short jinx break, we'll also do the same here in the commentary box. Welcome back to the Park Hill playing field. Live action in the CG United Cricket West Indies 50 over championship. Barbados on quest here for the first victory of this tournament, looking to defend a total of 145 here against the Leeward Islands. As we see Elliot starting proceedings after the jinx break. And continuing here with us is Alance.
Yes, good afternoon, good afternoon to all our viewers. Lovely delivery, some bong, some tone from Elliot. Maybe a case for a second slip. one is actually well played, but well fielded as well from Selman. But they have time to get a single.
Well, you like to think with the leg spinner against the number 10, it's an opportunity for you to perhaps have a couple of more fielders close in, put a bit more pressure on the Leeward Island team. Both of these two so far quite comfortable, it must be said. Type of approach that was perhaps needed by the top order if they are to get themselves into any sort of commanded position.
Yeah. And that is how it is. I mean, what they have to consider here is that they have all of 30 overs, more than 30 something overs left to bat if they are able to hold their wicket. And they will get runs if they bat so long. So they can't give up. I mean, you have to give your best foot forward. You're playing for your country. Doesn't look like they will get the runs. But even if they bat a lot of overs, it may just give the lower order some confidence and the top order some confidence that they do not need to go so hard, that there are players who can score runs as well down the order. And they could take some more responsibility as well to bat longer.
Agreed, as this one is punched again up to mid-off for a single. So certainly a degree of competence being shown by these two. The tight situation as well.
Yeah, batting at number 10, Moses has shaped okay. Has played fairly straight, which is important against the spinners.
It's the end of the first over after that jinx break. A couple of runs coming from it as the total now moves up to 52. 52 for 8. Leeward Islands. Players at the crease, Martin and Moses. So double M's here for the Leeward Islands.
Again, you see that immaculate length from Herbert Mears. Not too short, not too full. Maybe could try to be a little bit fuller to Moses just to see if they could tempt her into a shot down the ground. Long on comes up in the circle.
I think what Barbados will want to do here is finish off proceedings. I don't want this partnership to be frustrating them to any extent. I want them to get too comfortable. Just need to continue to keep the foot on the accelerator, as they would say, by way of field placement and, of course, your bowling options. This one is a full toss and driven nicely into the gap. Should get a couple of runs, and they do so quite comfortably in the end.
Yeah, easy too. Thinking that probably Mears was just thinking, getting a little bit greedy there, trying to go a little bit fuller, maybe looking for a Yorker length. I think what she could try to do is slow it down just a bit, go a little full. See if she will try to go down the ground with an attacking shot. Goes back to the flatter line and length.
Wicketkeeper holder gives chase. Sliding attempt as well. But doing it quite easily, these two. Partnership up to 12. Still in its infancy stage. But certainly the correct approach being adopted by these two players.
There's no bowler who likes runs coming off there, but I'd say it's a case probably to just see if he could buy a wicket.
Different feel as well for Martin. The feel is spread far and wide. We're seeing a deep mid wicket, a long on and a long off. But it's the end of another over. And Leeward Islands, they're up to 55 for 8. 19 overs completed.
Yeah, so at the end of the 19th over, as you mentioned, 55 for 8. The run rate is fine, but 8 wickets down, that's the issue. I think if I were in Barbados' shoe right now, what I will do is I will get ultra aggressive. And the leg spinner is on. I would put in a second slip. And I'll probably even bring up some of those fielders that are in the deep. Maybe only the mid wicket I will keep out, as I mentioned before. And see if they will go after the leg spinner. Yeah, you can afford to buy 2 wickets for about 10 or 20 runs now, based on where you are in the game.
Agreed. On the flip side, the Leeward Islands we just want to continue in the same vein, same approach that they've employed in the last 4 or so overs, where they've just been able to negate whatever threat posed by the Barbados spinners. They've also been able to get a couple of singles as well. This one is a beautiful delivery again from Elliott. Certainly getting a bit of rip, a bit of bounce as well from the surface. That one opening up Moses there like a can of beans.
Yeah, once she pitches them, she gets a lot of bounce and a lot of tone. Just a bit of an inconsistency in her length. Sometimes short like that one, sometimes too full.
It's always a challenge in terms of leg spin. Over the years, I've seen leg spinners in both the men's game and the women's game. Always a challenge. We know about Afi Fletcher, so for the Windward Islands in that recently concluded tournament, a very consistent leg spinner. Perhaps doesn't turn it as much as Elliott, but does use the crease and different trajectories to her benefit.
Elliott does put a lot of side spin on the ball. Gets it to break away.
I haven't seen any semblance of a googly as such or a slider. I'm not sure if she has those in her armory, but one of those now would certainly get the batsman thinking. Shoulder in arms based on the line on that occasion is Moses. It's a maiden over, and at the end of 20, Leeward Islands in pursuit of 145 for victory. They are 55 for 8.
Yeah, and at 55 for 8 at this point, what you might be thinking is that there is a case for maybe bringing back one of the pace bowlers for Barbados. Who knows? At this stage, you could see them taking a few more wickets. They were the chief wicket takers at the top of the order. And I just see that things are just meandering along now. And I do not necessarily want that to be the case, that it seems as if you have taken your foot off the accelerator as the Barbados team.
It's the start of another over from Herbert Myers. Looking to wrap things up here for the Barbados team. Martin and Moses thinking otherwise. Partnership continues to develop quite slowly. Partnership now up to 12 runs. And certainly frustrating the Barbados to some extent. Looking to just keep out whatever is thrown at them. And to call it all here with me is Mr. Rajiv Roberts. Welcome back, Rajiv.
Yeah, good to be back here with the score on 55 for the loss of 8 wickets. I already mentioned that the Leewards are frustrating Barbados. I don't think so. I think Barbados are frustrating themselves. With the bulk of the wickets have been taken by the seamers. You have 20 overs, and we are into the 24th over. Leewards down 55 for 8, chasing a total of 145 for victory. And they are not attacking the spinners.
This one is getting the outside edge down to that third man region. Elliott once again gives chase, limits the batters there to a single. Singles certainly has been the mode of operation so far for these two. Quite understandably so, given the bulk of wickets succumbing to the pace bowling options earlier on.
Now, you don't want to find yourself, Asnet, that the Leeward Islands bat 45 overs, and you bowl them out in the 46.
Well, it's the end of another over. Another tight over again from the Barbados spinner in the form of Herbert Myers. Just 1 run coming from the over. Leeward's up to 56 for 8 and 21 overs completed.
So good going here by the Leeward Islands as well. 56 for 8. Barbados still searching for 2 more wickets for victory, while Leeward is trying to get over that 144 posted by Barbados. How are they going to go about that, getting that total? 2 wickets remaining. And we're looking at the likes of Martin and Moses at the wicket, trying to get the majority of these runs for their team, with the entire top order already back in the hut. As we see a break here.
I think it's another break regarding the headgear of Moses it is. Some troubles earlier on. Seem to be an issue once again. So you're not missing any cricket at this point in time. Whilst we wait on the resumption of play here, just going to update you again in terms of the other fixtures happening simultaneously with this game. We spoke about Trinidad and Tobago women. They're up to 71 for 6, chasing a total there of 225 made by the Windward Islands. And the Guyanese, they would have won earlier against Jamaica. Jamaica just managing to make 76 runs. But back here it is, Elliott again. Full length delivery. Martin can't get any sort of her desired contact. And one other game that might interest our viewers is the West Indies versus South Africa T20. This one is a full toss again, and the signal no ball by the umpire, rightly so, above the waist height. So it's a free hit opportunity here for Martin. Can she take advantage of this free hit? Using her feet and hitting it down the ground. Timing it well, but not well enough to evade the 2 fielders there on the long on and long off. Bungwe gets a single. Continue to accumulate singles here. The Leeward Island team, as mentioned in that game, South Africa versus West Indies. West Indies 173 for 7. And South Africa in response 118 for 1. So certainly a dominant reply there from South Africa in that game versus West Indies, requiring a fall of 56 runs from just around 8 overs or so. Back here, Leeward Islands under the cosh, to say the least, looking to put up somewhat of a resistance. Both players at the crease, just trying to make things as difficult as possible for the Barbados 11. But the game certainly just meandering along at a snail-like pace. Another short of a length delivery, and not in the best of position there to execute that shot. In the end, just hits it back up to the bowler. Martin 13 from 44 deliveries. Moses 8 from 29 deliveries. So hasn't been the most entertaining of partnerships, but I'm sure from a Leeward Island perspective, they're just looking to make it as difficult as possible for the Barbadians. As another over is completed, spinners getting through their overs here quite quickly. And at the end of it, 58 for 8.
58 for 8 at the end of over 22. Osnet, it's basically the biggest partnership for so far for the Leeward Islands of Moses and Martin.
Certainly doesn't make for good reading if you're a Leeward Island fan. Biggest partnership for the 15 is 15 runs between these two. Martin coming in at number 7, number 6 actually, and of course Moses coming in at number 10. Changing bowling there from the southern end. It's Cumberbatch coming in to replace Herbert Myers. Another spin bowling option off spinner. Cumberbatch earlier on we saw her batting right through the innings really and held that innings together. Noticing a bit of a injury at that right leg. Good to see that she has recovered sufficiently that she is able to exercise her bowling duties.
No, as that I'm not really happy with the think tank of the Bajans so far. You have another game. Tomorrow is actually rest day. On Thursday, you have another game. Which you see the likes of Cumberbatch, who has been nursing injury through her batting innings. She still have a niggle. And you have your pace bowlers who would have basically took all 8 wickets. I would have basically bring back one of my seam bowlers here now and try to wrap up the innings, and so that Cumberbatch could basically go and nurse her injury, get well rested to rest it tomorrow, and be back for Thursday.
Certainly an interesting decision to employ Cumberbatch, as you mentioned, given what we saw when she was batting, her limited mobility. But I guess the medical staff is quite satisfied in terms of her recovery. And hence we're seeing her now being introduced into the attack. As another single again there from Moses. And it's the end of another over. First completed there by Cumberbatch. Total moves up to 59 for the loss of 8. 60 for the loss of 8.
60 for the loss of 8, tracing a total of 145. It means that the Leeward still in need of 85 for victory, while Barbados still searching for the 9th wicket. As we see a signal there from the batter waving to her dugout. And it looked like Connell will be back with ball in hand as the seamers rip through the top order of the Leeward Islands batters in this encounter. How's that?
You mentioned the seamers. 8 wickets shared amongst the seamers. The seaming combination of Gordon, Connell, Captain Alain, and of course Shakira Selman. So it's the reintroduction of Connell into the attack. A bit belatedly, some would say. But just looking to polish off things here for Barbados. 60 for 8 Leeward Islands. Not going anywhere quickly at this point in time. Actually in the northeasterly side of the island, Park Hill. Playing field here nestled amongst a residential area. Also a farming community as well. We look to our left, we see different fruit trees. We're seeing the likes of coconuts, breadfruit, bananas, plantains. Certainly a community that is somewhat self-sufficient in terms of eating what they grow. I'm sure the players would have enjoyed lunches offered here in this community as well. Always a pleasure to be here in Park Hill. Barbados so far enjoying proceedings in the middle as well. Not the total they were bargaining for at the start of the day, but in the end, working out to be somewhat competitive. 144. Must be said, aided by some rather reckless cricket from the Leeward Islands at the start.
The reintroduction of Connell. It's another dot ball. Happy to see the spectators out here, isn't it? In Park Hill. Shouting for both teams. Want wickets, want runs. It's really good going here for the Bajans. As we see the batter of Moses being pushed back there by Connell somewhat.
I think what this partnership is showing to us that if you're able to apply yourself to any degree, there's certainly runs on offer. No sort of devils in the wicket really. Number 10 in the form of Moses. Getting in line quite often against the seamers and the spinners. So just perhaps reminding the top order that this was more of the approach that was needed if they were to overhaul this total.
Well, what I could say, the top order didn't get the likes of the spinners to work with. It was all seam from either end in their stint. And now the lower order of the likes of Martin and Moses, they have both of best world to deal with.
Moses once again getting into position quite nicely. Certainly not looking like a number 10 by any means. Still a lot of overs to go. 27 overs remaining after this. Requiring a further 84 runs for victory. So the required run rate is not an issue here for the Leeward Island team, as we're seeing a slow delivery there attempted. In the end, just getting her back down in time. There was Moses. But bringing out the bag of tricks, there is Connell.
Beautiful batting there from Moses so far. Attempted slow ball there by Connell. But well played in the end there by Moses, who is facing the majority of this over.
This one short of a length and pulling it behind square on the onside for a single. Change of length on that occasion from Connell, and Moses went back. Quite accomplished on that occasion, that pull shot.
Well, the Bajans are in the driver's seat so far, isn't it? And but the game is a long way from finishing. If these two could bat to the 40th over, the Bajans definitely might have some sort of a lengthy meeting tonight if they are to go on and lose this game.
Still a long distance away, as we see another over being completed there from Connell. At the end of it, 62 for 8, Leeward Islands, as they look to overall a total of 145.
What I observe here for the likes of Moses, she are not just there to soak up that ball, she are not just there to block. Once a bad ball has been offered, she will definitely look to capitalize and score off that delivery. So with the score on 62 for 8 at the end of 24 overs, 26 more overs to go.
It's Cumberbatch to continue proceedings from that southern end. Right arm off spinner. Bowling a quite flat, pushing those deliveries through. So far, Moses defending well. 10 from 41 deliveries. Spoke about the fact that these two just managed to resist whatever has been thrown at them so far in this innings. Hasn't been the most entertaining partnership, but quite effective to say the least for the Leeward Island team. Just keeping themselves interested, 145 seems like a long distance away. But the longer these two stay there, might just cause a bit of panic for the Barbados team. This one is walked behind square on the onside. Elliott cannot gather effectively. Allows the opportunity for a single. The score continues to meander along, up to 63 for 8.
Well, both batters come together with the score on 43 in the 14th over, and we are now in the 25th over. Doing well here for the Leeward Islands is Moses and Martin, with a partnership of 19 so far.
This one is getting the outside edge again. Down to that third man region. Elliott gives chase and limits the batters to a single. So continues to do it in singles, the Leeward Islands. As another over comes to an end. Couple of runs coming from it. It's up to 64 for 8.
64 for 8 in the 25th over. 20 partnerships so far, Asnet. Slow going here by the Leeward Islands. But if they keep going like this, they might just need to have 10 overs remaining. They will just definitely need to get the scoring up. Have 2 wickets in hand. Connell back with ball in hand.
Oh, she's bowled. So after such a frustrating partnership, there was Connell using all of her experience and talent and hitting the off stump there of Martin. So after a partnership of 21 runs between these two, finally coming to an end, largely due to the brilliance there of Connell.
Well, I've been calling for the Pacers, the Seamans, to be back for a long time. And when you have any team in that position at you have 8 down so far within 20 overs. You're playing a 50-over game, Osnet. Definitely you will want to see how quick you could get those batters out. All 10 wickets is very important, and Barbados have picked up their 9th wicket with the score on 64 in the 26th over.
Yeah, spirited attempt there from Martin. Came into a very difficult situation, but showed a bit of fight, a bit of effort. Something that she wished that her predecessors would have employed as well in terms of the approach to the innings. But in the end, just not getting enough there to keep out the brilliance of Connell. 64 for 9. Just get the feeling, so only a matter of time now in terms of a Barbadian victory. Leeward Islands will look back and say that they just haven't done the basics right when it comes to their batting. As the new player, Alia Weeks, coming into bat at number 11.
Well, as we're looking at the number 11 of Weeks, the first delivery being bowled to her was ball down the leg side. So what I will definitely love for Connell here to put one on his thumb and see how she go about her business here, because she was not comfortable with that one, even though he went down the leg side, Asnet.
This one again, quite unorthodox in terms of how she played it. Bit of a giggler as well. Seemed to be enjoying herself out there, Alia Weeks. Saw in the field. Not the best of days in the field. A couple of misfields. Bowled a couple of overs as well. So certainly a lot happening by way of a difficult situation here for the number 11 coming in. This one played more with the full face of the bat, that is.
growing in confidence here is Weeks. 65 for the loss of 9 wickets. Batting is Leeward Islands. Barbados still searching for the final wicket here of Connell.
Oh, slow delivery. Something that we have seen quite a bit of in the last couple of overs or so from Connell. But in the end, it must be said, well played
Yeah, well
from
played,
Weeks.
well played there by Weeks. Didn't execute well by Connell because it was the slowest of deliveries bowled by her. So well played there by Weeks as she have her hand on her hips, still waiting for Connell to come through.
And this is an inside edge, and I think that's bold. So it's the end of the innings. Connell there wrapping up things for Barbados after being reintroduced into the attack following a period of a slight partnership there between Moses and Martin. But in the end, Barbados well-deserved winners here in this encounter between the Leeward Islands.
Well-deserved winners are the Bajans. I think this innings should have wrapped up about 5 to 10 overs ago, Osnet. So I definitely think some work needs to be done here with the Bajan, the think tank of the Bajans, and the Leewards have bowled out for a score of 69 here at Park Hill. Congratulations to the Bajans on their first victory in the Super 50 tournament here in St. Vincent at Park Hill.
Well, it was a batting effort that really lacked any sort of consistency from the Leeward Islands. Top score of Martin, gaining 50. Took all of 50 deliveries to get those 15 runs. Martin and herself and Moses getting the largest partnership of the innings of 21 runs. Tells you all you need to know in terms of that batting effort. In terms of the bowling, Shamilia Connell 4 for 17, the pick of the bowlers for the Barbados team. Captain Alia Alin as well, 3 for 3 from 3 overs. And of course, the experienced Shakira Selman saw with the ball today, 2 for 6. So the seamers doing it for the Barbados team, in stark contrast to what we saw from the Leeward Islands, where the spinners dominated in terms of most of the wickets. So an interesting encounter here in this first match of this Super 50 tournament. Barbados deserving winners.
Yeah, so once again, congratulations to the Bajans and congratulations to the seamers of the Barbados team who picked up all 10 wickets in this encounter against the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, commiserations as well to the Leeward Island team. They will have a lot to ponder as they move deeper into this tournament in terms of their batting approach. Wasn't a bad performance with the ball from them, but I'm sure they'll be looking back at their batting effort and wondering if they could have just shown a bit more awareness, a bit more temperament in terms of chasing this 145. So what we'll do now, we'll just say goodbye to you, our viewers, on behalf of the team ITFX, Rajiv Roberts, Alansu Cruikshank, myself, Osnet Keto. This is us saying goodbye, and rejoin us on Thursday where we'll have more live coverage of this tournament.